Iran national bank system. Actually, I just put it in the bubble. Yeah, according to the recent information, Iranian bank currently pay interest rate of.
That's because they print their money to shit, and it's a currency that's not stable when it's gone down significantly every year.
Yeah, but how do they pay like a 23%?
Because they're carrying it in their own currency.
Oh, okay.
This is something that a lot of other countries do as well. They pay like a very high interest rate, but it's always in their own currency. This isn't on US dollars.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm not a banking guru. I know a lot about hawala because we investigated that from tourism perspective, but I'm not a banker.
The thing that's really interesting about banking, right, is that the things that people are doing the things that the central bank systems are doing right now, the things that the governments are doing right now, if you extend out, right, logically, like the kinds of stuff and the kind of behavior that Western governments have been engaged in for the last 20 years, you see only one end to all of it, which is insolvency and collapse, right? So it's across the board. They ramped up their spending after 2008 to meet all of these weird-ass social programmatic demands when money was at 0%, because otherwise the whole global economy was going to be in deflation. They got hooked on cheap money, and now money's getting expensive again because, lo and behold, there are two things are happening. One, like they've started to inflate away the value of their money, right? So inflation has been very, very aggressive in the last couple of years. And so because they've been printing nonstop. Two, they've been spending money like crazy, right? And so they can't finance their operations, their ordinary operations, except by issuing debt between 5 and 10% of GDP every single year. And three, now the borrowing costs are going up because the printing money is no longer credible and the market no longer believes that the sovereign notes that they're issuing are risk-free, right? So like England could issue a 0% note and you'd lose money on it, right? And it's a hugely risky thing for you to do. So they need to offer wild interest rates in order to do it. And we're at that like phase now where everybody's starting to have to issue this very expensive debt, and 5%, 6%, that sort of stuff. And all of the old notes are starting to cycle out, right? So all of the cheap debt that they issued, after before, during, and after the 2008 financial crisis, a lot of those notes are starting to mature. And when you look at it, there's just like this huge amount of stress building up in the system because at some point the math isn't going to make sense anymore, right? And if you talk to people like a Stephanie Kelton, right, who is this modern monetary theory crank out of New York, who basically said, well, it's fine. Governments can always pay will always have infinite money. All they need to do is print more. Well, sure, they can print more all they want, and until what happens? Until inflation goes up and you start having social unrest because salaries aren't going up, and then a basket of eggs cost $8 and various other things. So it's this weird situation where we're at the end of something, right? And nobody quite knows when the music's going to stop. Everything feels great, right? I think there's only one potential trump card, pun intended, that could fix it all, right? Which is that AI potentially jacks up productivity so insanely high that the economy simply grows its way out because all of a sudden you have unlimited intelligence on tap all the time, right? You're just cool. Everyone in our society has a 180 IQ personal assistant and has 50 of them to just grind on whatever problem they choose to look at. If that happens, it's a completely new universe. So that's the one thing I'd say is the caveat is that maybe AI gets us out of it, but if it doesn't get us out of it, the math doesn't add up, right? And it's fixed costs like pensions and Social Security and Medicare and non-discretionary spending, which even if we got rid of all of the discretionary spending, you still have to figure out what to do with the non-discretionary stuff. And maybe you turn around and say, okay, well, non-discretionary spending isn't the problem if every senior citizen can have a live-in carer that's a robot and works for free and costs $1,000, right? And can be a companion for them. And so all of a sudden, like massive Medicare goes away, right, at that point, or large chunks of it go away. But like the behavior that everyone's engaged in, and I've been looking at this, like, I'm not like an expert by any stretch of the imagination. But like, yeah.
By the way, I just looked it up. Under the Bank Terms Funding Program that we discussed, banks could borrow up to 100% of the par value of eligible collateral.
Right, but it wasn't. They could borrow it, but it wasn't worth it, right? So like,
Yes,
if you had a funding crisis, right? So if you owe your depositors 100, and you've got par value, let's say 110 worth of notes, or not par value, but like, yeah, par value 110 worth of notes, but market value it's only worth 80. Right, you can go to the Fed and you can go get free money, but ultimately they're just printing money for something that isn't there.
Yeah.
You would have to pick.
Yeah, but for the banks themselves, they were able to stay solvent because they could borrow the full 110.
Right, because they plugged the banks, and a bank that was in trouble got directly hooked into the money printer. Right, so it's like, we will print money to keep you solvent, even if you don't have the assets to back it up. Like that's what that is. So we will make these spot interventions where we're going to print money to prop you up. And if you do that enough, right, or if enough of the economy is just supported by printing, you get inflation.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happened.
So Argentina did before Milei.
Didn't that exactly what happened like after 2008? The economic collapse?
Yeah, they started doing it in 2000. I mean, in 2008, to give you some, like, I was a very junior lawyer, right, at the time. And I think I was just finishing, I was in the middle of law school. I was going into my final year of law school. And people were talking about like quantitative easing, right, was this new concept. And now it's just like, it's a matter of course. It's just like something that they do is they print money.
Quantitative easing was created by the Japanese, right?
It was
first
that's
done
correct.
by the Japanese.
It was first done by the Japanese, and after their real estate collapse in the 80s, to try to get the economy going again, and it didn't work. And what we wound up having was widespread societal malaise. Nobody could get ahead. Asset prices soared, and incomes did not. Right, and so as a result, you had this great Japanese stagnation, which they still haven't really pulled themselves out of. They call it the lost decade.
Yeah.
So quantitative easing, maybe it puts off the pain, right, of dealing with an issue, but what it does is it instead subjects your society to a slow grind, right, where gradually, bit by bit, opportunity dries up, things become more expensive. Like, I have no fucking idea how anybody under the age of 40 lives in New York City, like particularly in Manhattan. I have no clue, like, how it's possible. You look at like a 1-bedroom apartment, and it'll cost $1.7 million, and the housing fee, the association fee, or the condo fee will be like $5,000 a month. So you're looking at it, it's like $12,000 a month to live in downtown Manhattan. You're just like who lives there? Like, who actually lives there compared to the people who used to live there back in the day? And the answer is like, all of this stuff has just been inflated like crazy, right? Because the banks have been propped up by inflation, and they have then taken all of that new money and they've done what? They've lent it out, and all of that lending has gone into assets like property, and so property has gotten more expensive, and so people have to then borrow more money to get into it, which means they're more levered up, and it moves further and further out of their reach. And this is something which has occurred everywhere across the Western world, right? The industrialized world. We've seen real estate go absolutely bananas everywhere, and this is why. It's not because real estate has suddenly become more useful for the first time in 100,000 years of human history. That, like, in London, it's terrible. I think the average house is like 20x.
Canada,
Australia, they're even worse than the US. And so like 20x housing, whereas the historical mean, right, is 3 to 4x. And when I left London 10 years ago-ish, it was about 8-9x. And now I looked it up, so it was like it's 15 to 20x.
Have you seen China's housing market?
No. Yeah, well, I mean, that's collapsed as well.
Yeah.
How do you de-inflate that? No.
What?
Well, if you
how
don't,
do you de-inflate the actual, like, let's say the renting market and even the buyer's market?
You stop subsidizing it and you let the market do its work. And if you don't stop subsidizing it, right, and you just keep letting it go and go and go, right, by just continuing to run the printer, one day, right, it may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it may not be 50 years from now, although I don't think it's going to wait that long. One day, right, the market decides that your claims about how the world is supposed to work are no longer credible, and then it reprices everything, right? And so including your currency, including all of your assets, everything, and including your debt. And so the U.S. hasn't gotten to the point where it's no longer credible to issue treasury bonds, right? It's not, and no one.
The point is when people start losing faith, and that's the point.
Oda and Preston, do you guys think it would be smart or a good idea to, like, let's say the U.S. default on their debt?
Bad idea.
No.
Very bad idea.
Very bad idea?
Yeah, because
what the U.S. needs to do is stop, right? Yeah, go ahead.
To give you like so when some major company tells you they have $230 billion, let's say, in cash, do you think they're just putting that in a bank somewhere? Where do you think that is? What the cash that they're telling you isn't actually in cash, it's in cash equivalents. And most of that cash equivalent is bonds. So if the US were to default on their bonds, guess what? There goes the entirety of the cash of almost every single company in the country.
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting. Yeah.
And what the U.S. needs to do is it needs to stop spending money, right? And it needs to do so. It needs to stop spending money. And there are two ways you can do that. Either you can reduce spending really, really aggressively and not grow, or you can restructure the way that spending takes place and income takes place, and you can grow, right, at the same time. So, like, if I'm one of the people advising Donald Trump, right, I'm going through a bunch of different. I have confidence that, like, they mean business this time, and they're gonna, like, try to actually get something to change rather than just continue the slow roll towards inevitable destruction. So, like, path A is we continue the slow roll towards inevitable destruction, and the risk keeps building up in various parts of the system until eventually the system can no longer satisfy the programmatic demands that it sets for itself, and then it collapses, right? So that's option A, which is not a good option, but it's the one that our government has been following fairly consistently since the 1980s. So option B is that you try to get there by just doing cuts, and leaving everything else intact. And I don't think that moves the needle, because you've got all of this non-discretionary spending. You've got various state governments that spend money like crazy. You're not changing fundamentally the way the economy works. Option 3 is, I think, something that's being batted around in the government, which is that potentially you restructure the way that the economy works by restructuring how taxes are paid and collected. So Trump has hinted that potentially this new external revenue service, which is going to focus on tariff collection, and also the focus on President McKinley, right, who is very dedicated to collecting taxes through tariffs. I think if you did something like, okay, we're going to switch over where we're going to have tariffs on our borders, that's going to replace the income tax. We're going to abolish the income tax and encourage everybody to invest here, right? So, like, the $3 trillion of investment that Trump has gotten in the last week, we'll turn around and say, you know what, we're going to become like a continent of Dubai, right? That's just, like, in terms of our favorability.
It might be better to just eliminate capital gains. That's a more realistic way of doing it.
No, I think we need
Capital gains doesn't. Eliminating capital gains doesn't help. not like the average American. They don't
I know, but if you're talking about eliminating the income tax, there's no way the U.S. government is going to be able to basically make up the amount that it
I think they
costs.
can. See,
Because
this
the
is
U.S.
doesn't.
the U.S. doesn't.
America spends too much money to do it.
That's true. But if we're
Talking about a lot of money.
talking about just the income that it's collecting from income tax, it's not going to be able to replace that amount of income with just tariffs. The Americans do not import enough to make it up with tariffs. The income tax is a significantly bigger driver of revenue.
I don't think that's true.
That's true.
You sure?
Yes. America
imports a lot of shit.
True.
You know,
Yeah,
like from a lot of
America
countries.
does import a lot.
Well, I think that brings up pathway number 4, right? Which is what behind door number 4. We've gone through door 1, 2, and 3, and the options all suck. Door number 4 is also we lead the world in AI, and we start colonizing space, right? And then at that point, like you've got a completely different economy, right? So you decide, fuck it. We're going to full send. We're going to do AI to the max. We're going to do space exploration to the max. We're going to get rid of the income tax. We're going to tell all of the world's richest people, don't build your business outside of the United States.
Yeah, build more nuclear power plants and do oil discovery, right? And natural gas. Like America has all this stuff. It even has fucking cobalt. It's got all the material you need to do EV business. Except Americans don't fucking mine any of this shit because of environmental laws, right? California, for example, has some of the largest deposits of the so-called rare earths that everyone goes to Australia for or China for. When America even has this stuff, and Newsom's like, no, you can't touch this. It's like, fuck that. No.
We could dig up all of the rare earths and the lithium at the foothills of the Rockies, going from Oregon down to California. And then what we could do is we could connect it to the Pacific Ocean, and then we could build a physical barrier between California and the rest of the country, a moat, if you will. And we could
let me ask you.
Then we could have Escape from LA, right, starring Kurt Russell, be like a real thing.
Yeah. What do you guys think about this idea? Okay, so me just leaving the
wait a second. Let me just add this. So in 2023, the U.S. imported $3.1 trillion worth of goods. 3.1.
Yeah.
The income tax that year was $2.2 trillion.
Okay, so it's higher.
Yes, it is. That's the income.
Tariffs totally fix a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but tariffs would not be able to make. If you were to increase tariffs, you would not have $3.1 trillion of stuff coming into the U.S. Right? And
why not? I mean, people need stuff, right?
Yeah, but then you would have domestic products being made.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we conquer.
Yeah, but that would be taxed locally, though.
Yeah, but
it's also local, and also you get to export it, right?
True.
The problem with Americans is they're not creating anything. They don't manufacture anything, except for a handful of things,
true,
right?
If
the stuff they manufacture is too expensive.
If you also have tariffs, and those are causing inflation inside of the country, what you also have is that the Federal Reserve is going to increase interest rates, and your dollar is going to go higher in value, and then you're not going to be export competitive.
Yeah, well, why would we be? We're sitting here building all of the chips and everything, and in the meantime, the rest of the world, Europe is going to be like, it's going to be like free range humans.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how are you realistically going to replace the income tax?
Well, people are going to buy American products regardless. If you got NVIDIA producing chips in America, people are going to buy it because it's NVIDIA. It's good. All right, it's not shit, and there's no Chinese alternative to it. So America effectively has a monopoly on a lot of different industries, AI being one of them right now. Chips, of course.
Yeah, but NVIDIA is not making them in the U.S. NVIDIA is making them in Taiwan.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm saying bring it stateside. Let Americans produce it, right? Let Americans make it, then add the tariffs, and yes, everyone will have, the rest of the world will have to pay 25% tax effectively on it. So fucking what? They're going to have to do it anyway. And that's how America stays on top.
let's say, just for sake of argument, that we get AGI by 2027, right, or something very approximately close to it. And you want to hook up that AGI to a robot, and that robot is going to take care of your elderly mother, right, in her care home or in a hospital setting, and is going to do so as well as a nurse, right? You have just reduced the cost of healthcare, right, by 95%. And one of the biggest single expenses in relation to the U.S. federal budget, non-discretionary, is Medicare, right? Let's say now you get a young 30-year-old guy who doesn't have health insurance, right, and he gets hurt and he goes to the hospital and he needs to get medical treatment and he's stitched up. We've got AGI, right? Now Medicaid, that's another really big component of our system. The health insurance market is fucked because basically the private insurance has to subsidize the hospitals for paying for all of the other Medicare, all the medical care for people who don't have insurance and their insurance plans. Now you say, okay, well listen, we've got a doctor supervising the facility, but we also have a robot doctor that can provide first aid, immediate, whatever. And that robot doctor is going to deal with this because it's going to be dealt with automatically, and he's going to just clean the wound, do the stitching, that's fine, right? And if you have AGI, right, you have that. Congratulations, you just deleted Medicaid basically entirely from the thing. Okay, next up, Social Security is the other big one. So that's a huge component of the U.S. non-discretionary spending budget. Now I don't know how you deal with that, but I can tell you what, like you can probably, if you maybe we say you're going to have universal basic, assistant, right, to live with you and help you do things and keep you going around the house and doing whatever. And that's what you do instead of Social Security. It's like, cool, well, you know what, you're going to have a garden that helps you grow food, so you're not going to spend money on it. And basically all you need to do is spend money on electricity and your robot will help you with everything else. Like it'll fix your car, it'll do this, it'll do that. I don't know, right? That's
AI is going to fix a lot of stuff. I mean, I think it's going to break a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but it's going to fix a lot of stuff. And most of the stuff...
people only focus on the breaking stuff because they're selfish and they're extremely narrow-minded. They're like the horse and buggy people when they invented the car, right? You got super mad at Henry Ford for this. But realistically, right, let's be optimists about this. And optimism is, it's inseparable from realism if you really think about it. You look at the NHS in the UK, look at the socialized healthcare system in other countries as well, like Italy, France. Italy not so much because they're not doing badly there, but France pretty bad. Not as bad as the UK. Canada really bad because not enough doctors. UK especially bad. Seriously, not enough doctors. Completely underpaid. Not enough to even diagnose a thing. So if you want to get blood work done by the NHS, right, it's free. Takes you a minimum of about 2 weeks. Blood work. Meanwhile, in Dubai, if I want to get blood work done, it's back in like an hour. Okay, super fast, and they can scan for everything. If it's a more thorough scan, it might take 2 days, right, maximum. That's and in America, I assume it's the same thing. It's very fast. 30 minutes, you get your blood work done, right? That's your average trip to the doctor. You pay for it, but you get it done. You bring in AI or AGI, and suddenly the NHS's problems, 95% of those problems disappear. Because right now, the biggest problem with the Canada system and the British system is that there's simply not enough power, right? Not enough people working there, and they don't want to work there. It's too, they don't pay very well. You add, digital doctors or virtual doctors to the mix, AI doctors. Suddenly, 95% of the problems go away. The doctors can focus on being specialists because that's what you need them for. And everybody else, they won't have this personnel problem, and you won't have to worry about paying these doctors. And AI or AGI is going to fix a lot of stuff. And right now, people are just focused on, oh my God, it's taking away the jobs of artists. Like, honestly, who gives a fuck about artists? Okay?
I'm looking at a chart right now. I'm looking at a chart of the 2022 total U.S. government spending, right? Education, 19% of the budget, $1.75 trillion. Now, you currently have, right, AI assistants that are providing like master's level teaching to kids through like Khan Academy and various other things. I think a school just opened up in Arizona where an artificial intelligence system, basically the teacher just sits there and makes sure that the child is at his or her desk. And the AI provides an individualized teaching experience for every single student. right, sitting in the classroom. So you've got a room full of 20 kids, and the AI is constantly tracking their progress and delivering individualized education to every single one of them.
That's so good.
Now think about that though. Like if once they crack it, right? Once you've got the LLM, which is capable of delivering a university level education and also like assessing a university level education, you just delete. Like as soon as you have that, great. We have good news, everybody. We have universal basic education. This is the certification that you're going to get. This is the program that's going to administer it. You will get a $500 iPad, right, if need be, free of charge from the federal government. And if you lose it or sell it on the black market, you're going to have to pay for another one. But this certification will be accepted for employment purposes by every federal agency. And if you get a high school diploma using this AI, because it's a verifiable one, it's not like a high school diploma where you graduate and you can't read. It's like if you get a high school diploma, you're eligible for federal service, and you should be eligible for any other knowledge job as well. If you do that, right, which we are very, very close to doing, you delete 20% of the U.S. government federal budget. Gone. Just disappears. Because you've suddenly said teaching is now something which is done by robots, and if human beings are going to do it, then you've got to have a really good reason for justifying their involvement, and maybe it becomes something which is private. But we are this close to having individualized tutoring for every man, woman, and child. And yes, it's man, woman, and child. You could do your own course at home. You could have a Socratic dialogue with an LLM where you say, okay, cool, teach me Greek philosophy. Let's do that, and you can go do it on your own, and you'll just be able to pre-program it and customize it. It's just that alone, 20% of the budget. Healthcare. I don't know if we'll be able to get rid of the whole thing, right? But you can probably get rid of a lot, particularly on the welfare side. Social Security pensions is 17% of the budget. Interest payments are 6% of the budget in 2022. That's got to have gone up significantly as our borrowing costs have gone up. And defense is 1.1 trillion. And I don't think that's going down anytime soon because of the world situation. But we spend 20% on education. We can just fucking delete it and replace this with AI. There's no reason that should be state funded.
Yeah. The only reason that people are opposed to the Department of Education being, completely removed, or AI education in general, is because they're used to this broken system. They're so used to it. They're like, no, this is how things work, and I'm used to being in a massive classroom with 60 students and one teacher who's unable to control any of them. And they think that is how things are supposed to work. Let me tell you, right, that is unnatural, right? Throughout history, thousands of years, humans never had gigantic classrooms. That whole idea of being in a gigantic classroom crammed full of students who are not paying attention to it.
You know where that comes from? You know where it comes from?
Insane. No. Let me know.
Factory workers. It comes from Prussia. So basically in Prussia, they needed to figure out a way to field large land armies to go fight Napoleon. And so what they did is for that you needed literate soldiers who could be ordered around and follow orders and move in mass formations. So they set up these public schools, these Hochschulen. I just butchered the German. They set up these Hochschulen. They set up these high schools.
Hochschulen, man.
Sorry. I can't. I'm not a German speaker, unfortunately. So they set up all these schools, and then in the United States, you had guys like Horace Mann went and took the model in the 1830s, 1840s, and they said, "Wow, this is brilliant. Look at these people that they're producing. They're producing these well-educated, literate citizens. We should roll that out here too, instead of having people who are just working on farms and not going to school." So that model basically originated because it was supposed to produce obedient citizens who were capable of being conscripted, and that's exactly what our school system does, and that's exactly what it's geared towards: obedient people who can be conscripted into the workforce at this point, rather than the military. So it's that system is brittle. It doesn't work. It's not fit for purpose. And we now have something so superior, right? It's just a question of getting someone, getting a policy push hard enough that we can just break it, right? And just say, this is not how it's first you got to get tech good enough to do it so that you can credibly.
If you want to roll it out half baked, that would kill it. Yeah.
So Preston, just an idea, and sent to you, Ian. What do you guys think about let's say you go to a middle school, and instead of going through high school, you end up like basically you go towards like a targeted vocational.
Oh yeah, vocational schools are a good idea. I absolutely agree with that because right now schools are basically cut and paste, right? They're cookie cutter. They don't create specializations. You know, you go through grade school and then you go to middle school and you go to high school and then you end up in a college with a degree that you don't want to take and a couple of minors that you don't give a shit about. That's literally what most people do these days. That's why very rarely, like there's statistics that show this, very rarely does a person actually get a job in a or profession in the degree that they have, right? Like I know a chemist who works as a fucking writer of all things. He makes a better living being a writer than he does being a petrochemist. And there's a big problem with this current system is that it's basically producing specializations for people who are not really fit for the jobs that they, get a degree in. You want to get rid of, honestly, you want to get rid of 6 years of schooling. Right now, schooling takes too long. 12 years is retarded. It just literally is fucking retarded. And until people go to school for more than 12 years, if they go to, like a specialized school that actually teaches them something like law school or medical school, they actually do learn things there. So why are we, in general, why are people wasting 12 years of their life going to a school, not really learning anything, and then ending up, actually learning something in college, if they go to a place like a medical school or a vocational school, in which case they actually do learn something. We need to change the system so it cuts out 6 years. So they spend 6 years in basic. Essentially, you got your basic school. That's grade school, right? Your basic math, basic science, basic, logic, right? Teach kids logic. They don't teach kids logic these days. They just give them like the Common Core system that needs to just be fucking wiped out, erased off the map along with Obama, right? Like everything that he created is just trash. Get rid of that. Teach kids logic. Teach them how to think, not what to think, but how to think. Don't make them memorize stuff because that doesn't help them. Teach them the value of critical thinking. You do all of that first. Your basic reading, basic math, all that stuff. And then afterwards, you give them a track, right? It's like, do you want to go into athletics? Do you want to go into some vocation, right? And if you pick a vocation, which I assume most people will, they want to pick a trade. They want to, learn stuff. To do things with their hands, maybe become an engineer or something, then they get into an apprenticeship where they actually learn on site. At the age of I would say at the age of 14 or 15 or 16, they should be out there working on a site, learning from a master. This is how things used to be, right? If you wanted to be a blacksmith in the Middle Ages, you became an apprentice for him, right? You were 14 years old, they teach you, okay, here, go make a basic sword. Go make a basic, what do you call it? Like a farm implement, right? A farm tool. Go make it, go make a bunch of them, go make 20 of them, go make 50 of them. And then by the time you're like 18, you are a fucking master at that point because you know how to build stuff. I mean, I watch a lot of these YouTubers who do go to apprenticeships or they even teach themselves in a lot of cases because they take it up upon themselves to do it. And by the time they're like 20-something, they're fucking masters at what they do, right? Because, the thing about that people don't seem to understand about children, or at least, teenagers, is that they learn really quickly. They absorb this knowledge a lot faster than if, say, I, as a 40-year-old, would have picked it up. It would take a lot longer for me to figure it out because my brain is solidified, right? It's no longer a bunch of gray matter that's, rustling around in my brain. It's already smooth at this point, right? We're all smooth-brained idiots, everybody on this space. But if you're a teenager, you can learn and absorb things really easily, and that's when you want to teach them how to be good at stuff. That's a reason why, back in the day, if you look at, some of the great engineers, the great musicians, the great architects of their time, right, in the 15th century, 16th century, 17th century, up until like maybe the 19th century, they were really fucking young. Look at the founding fathers. The average age was 24. They were really smart. They were politically savvy. They were tradesmen. They were good at what they did, right? They were masters. They were artists, painters. They could do anything. And that's because they were not stifled by 12 years of bullshit education. We need to bring something like that back. And AI is a good way forward because we have way more people now than we do back then. So we can't exactly go back to what we used to have, right? But we can most certainly, start harnessing the power of the youth. This whole idea that they need to 12 years of fucking education, and then by the time they go to college, they're like stunted adolescents. Because I mean, look at these kids now, like 30 years old, and they act like children. They're not They're like emotionally incontinent. They're stupid. They can't control themselves. Like that this is not how adults are supposed to be, okay? Like, adults, by the time you're 16, you ought to be an adult. You ought to be a fucking man by that point. You ought to be able to work. You ought to be an artisan. You ought to be, like, good at your job. At the very least, be competent at your job. And that was how it used to be. And now, you put these fucking 24-year-olds in a workplace situation, and they're quitting. They're having depression. They're saying that they're too stressed out from working 20 hours a week. That is fucking insane. It is untenable. It needs to stop. Otherwise, humanity is just completely doomed.
I absolutely agree with you. There's a lot of people in the Western countries, they have no idea what the Eastern countries and the kids, like literally, I mean, I spoke about it. I grew up in Iraq, and I had kids in my school because their dad died in the Iran-Iraq war. They were leaving school, and they had like a little chamber type of thing, and they were like selling gums and other different little things just to support their family. And they were like basically like literally six graders and fifth graders. They leave school and they go to the local market and they set up their little thing.
Yeah, they become traders, right? Very young.
And
like I grew up in Malaysia, right? And I know the same thing. I mean, not that we've been through war or anything, but the people I went to school with, every single one of them, right? Unless they went to like got a college education or something, and even if they did, many of them, by the time they were like 18, they were already picking up their parents' trade. So I know this guy is like one of my best friends, and his parents were like Chinese food stall hawkers, right? They made like wonton noodles. And by the time he was 16, he was learning how to make wonton noodles. And now I can go there and buy wonton noodles from him. It's a family business, right? The guy makes amazing wonton noodles, and that's his life. And it pays pretty well. And that's what they did. By the time he was 16, he was already learning the parents' trade, right? And he learned really young. He even took like chef's training to make his food a little bit better. But ultimately ended up working for his family, right? Because that's how things are done. In these countries where, if let's say your dad is a carpenter, or he's like, he's like a construction worker or something, not like a regular guy, but like, someone who designs stuff on site, a foreman or something, the son is going to pick up that business, right? I know another guy, his family runs like a funeral parlor. Well, he took it up too. He runs a funeral parlor now. It's a trade, right? He builds the coffins and so on. Like that. This is how things are done, and I'm sure they've done. Trade families in America obviously still do this, but that is the only system that really works. But for everybody else, who are sending their kids to public school or spending 12 years in school and then going to college and then learning nothing, right? Those kids are fucked because they don't have that leg up. They don't have that. By the time they're like say 25, for example. The kids whose parents, they took up the trade of their parents, they already have 10 years of experience on top of everybody else, right? Like all these other kids, you go to school like for the full length and they go to college, they don't have any experience at all by the time they're 25. So they don't know how to tolerate the workplace. You shove them out there, they start quiet quitting, like I said. It's insane.
absolutely not. Yeah, I agree with you. And can you imagine these kids, the same one you're talking about, having the same long conversation that we're actually having right now? They will absolutely not survive because they will be immediately decoupled and it's like, oh my God, I was like, no, this is too much for me.
You get stressed out, yeah. That's right, yeah. I mean, I was caring for myself by the time I was like 19, I got out of the house, I started working, got into like fucking video game development of all things and like web publishing, and I know it's self-taught. I didn't go to college for that. There's no point in it, and I got good at it. It's not that hard if you force yourself to work really young. And at that point, I'd probably been making websites since I was like 14 or 15, right? So it was pretty easy for me to transition into a like professional space and be like, yeah, I'll do this professional. I get paid for it now instead of just being a hobbyist, right? That's how like web development was back in like the 2000s, early 2000s. You don't see like you don't see these kids taking initiative to do anything like this, because they're just playing video games all day and they're not doing anything with it, right? You see a handful of people obviously become hackers, or like Elon Musk, when he made a video game when he was a teenager, right? That's what people need to be doing. They need to be self-taught, or they need like a family that can educate them on the trade.
No, I agree, man. I was 5 years old. I was in kindergarten. My family grew up fairly wealthy before we got fucked by Saddam Hussein. And my dad was like sending his driver basically pick me up and my brothers from school to go to his textile factory. So I know all about textile, like literally. I know all about textile. And my dad's machinery, they were old. They were like silicone machines. They're Japanese from the 1950s. And we were doing like the knitting and everything from the textile and all that stuff. I was 5 years old, and I was like replacing fucking ball bearings and everything else in these machines and heavy machinery. And since I was 5, and I graduated out of that into my dad and my family business, into jewelry business, and we were like making jewelry, like basically rings and stuff like that, and bracelets.
So you know how to use the tools, right? I mean, it was very easy for you to transition from making ball bearings to jewelry, because kind of use the same tools.
Yeah, exactly. Then I deviated, and I was like, okay, I want to do my own thing, and I went into the tech thing, and I opened my own business when I was 14, because there was no restrictions in Iraq. And like I opened my own computer shop when I was 14, and I was selling computers, and it was like a Pentium 1, and
nice.
Yeah, and then I did like the daisy chain computers to do networking, and we're like playing red alerts and stuff like that.
Yeah. You said a little lamp. Yeah,
all cool stuff. Yeah.
This guy just said red alert, man. I don't even think these people know, man. They used to come in a box with a CD.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my God, man. Yeah, I love that game. Yeah, I used to be savage at that thing.
That's what I used to do as well. As a teenager, I'd set up a little LAN thing for my friends. Do a little LAN party and stuff that you learn on your own. It's fun, right? It's like, oh, you want to play Quake together? Okay, how do we do it, right? First of all, you download QuakeNet or something, and then you set up a LAN thing. It's actually not that hard if you're that young and you're interested in doing something. You got a goal, right? Your goal is to play with your friends, and you can't play on a single computer. That's just not how Quake works, right? It's one computer per game. So you figure it out. You learn LAN. Like, okay, you learn a little bit of basic networking. Once you figure it out, you read a bunch of tutorials, right? You figure it out on your own, because back then tutorials are terrible to find. So, I mean, it was really easy. And now it's like, honestly, it's easier than ever to set these things up. If you want to do a LAN center, it's super easy to set up nowadays, right? Because you can just use Rain, for example, to set that up. But the problem is, the education system is not incentivizing people to set out on their own and figure things out. It's like it's only thanks to, I would say, YouTubers and even TikTokers to a great extent, where people are learning the trades. I like watching a lot of creators where they mod their systems, or they're like, okay, I want to take a PlayStation 1 and I want to make a better version of it with a better graphics card, with like HDMI outputs. How do you do that? Because you can't exactly connect analog systems to HDMI TV. It doesn't work. The connections suck, and you can buy a little dongle and set that up, but it looks like shit, right? So you figure out how to do soldering. You learn some tutorials. You watch some YouTube. How do I solder things together? And it's like, oh, okay. Now you bought the parts. It's like $50. You buy like something off eBay, like an old PlayStation 1, and then you learn soldering, and then you learn how to mod your system, and suddenly you've got basic soldering knowledge. and now you're gonna think, okay, I know how to solder things. I'm gonna take on a more difficult thing to do. I'm gonna work on something new, and then eventually you're producing your own products. Who knows?
Exactly.
Or turn into a little business where you're making PCBs for people. I know some people who make PCBs, and that's cool as fuck. And they're just part of the modding community.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I did. I went to vocational, like instead of like regular high school, I went to technical school for electronic engineering, and I had fun with it. Like I literally did, and and I was like doing like a circuit board, like with the chips and all that stuff, and I was like making all kind of, and that was like back in the day. I was like making all kind of like trying to like making the DoD lights dance and flash out in a certain patterns and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now it's so much easier, right? You got things like Apple has like the HomeKit setup, right? It's easy to work with. You can play around with all like the APIs that they offer. They're all free. They're all fully documented, and you can just buy a Raspberry Pi and decide, what, I'm going to make my I'm going to turn my home into an iPhone, where every button is pre-configured. It's programmed on my phone. This is stuff you can learn to do by yourself in like a single evening if you have the willingness to do it.
Yeah, we need to get back to that, and we need to teach the kids to actually enjoy these type of stuff. And I admire like the kids from third world countries like Malaysia, India, and a bunch of other countries actually. Like these kids are actually extremely smart, and they're very well versed, and they're very like eager to learn. And don't put them down. Actually, just give them the opportunity to expand, because they actually come out and they become fucking geniuses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I've met people in Europe, same thing, kids in Europe as well, and Ukraine, Eastern Europe, same thing. Like these kids are like extremely smart, like they're very good with coding and stuff like that. And I was like, hey, you know what? If you're a parent or, just encourage your kid to have fun with whatever hobby they explore, and just encourage them to actually explore that instead.
Yeah, and they'll make a shit ton of money too. I mean, look at the Russians that made FaceApp, right? People think it's a Chinese software. No, it's a Russian piece of software developed in Cyprus by a bunch of basically hacker dudes, right? They figured out, okay, let's take biometric data. Let's figure out how we can alter it. And they were so good at it that Snapchat bought them up for like a lot of money, right? Like $500 million, $500 million, $500 million. Bought it from them. And then what did they do? They turned around, made another program, sold it again to Snapchat. Is how it's got this old built-in face modifier thing, right? If you use Snapchat, you can point to your your camera at a TV screen, and it's going to turn all the people on screen into like different characters or something. That's the thing they developed, right? Snapchat didn't come up with that. Snapchat bought it from these guys, from these Russians, and it's like, this is what you can do, and I see the same thing with like people who've contributed to to Meta, to X. It's a lot of hacker talent that produces this stuff, and these are like hardcore engineers. That's what Elon calls them. He's hired a bunch of them to go work for him. If you look at some of the guys that he's hired, and they're really funny on X because they shitpost a lot. But these guys they're all hackers, right? They got all these hacker backgrounds, and they made products on their own. They didn't go to college for it. They didn't, work for some big company. Maybe some of them worked for some big companies, but it was a side job, right? They had projects in their own time, and these are the people that Elon is hiring. I don't know if you guys have seen, but if you look at the job hiring, he's looking for like senior engineers. They don't want to see your degrees. They don't care if you have like 4 years at some fucking university where you learned how to do a thing. That's useless, right? They want to see your projects. What have you made? What have you actually made? If it's good, they're gonna hire you.
To be honest with you, I got 3 interviews at Neuralink and 1 at X, and I can tell you right now, like, the amount of coding that I've done in my life is the only reason why I even got there.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I saw in like the Wall Street Journal and stuff, they said it's harder to get into MIT than to get an interview at any of those places. And like, if that's actually the case, I didn't go to MIT, but if that's the case, I mean, I have about 15 years almost outside of college and just like straight up nonstop, either coding, building, something in IT to that level. I can attest to that. But when they ask me what have I built, the products that I've built and the people that I've worked for speak for itself. That's the thing. Like, that's the difference. That's the only reason why I even got the interview, was literally because like some people don't know, but I worked at NiceHash, and like NiceHash is the biggest mining company in the world, like crypto mining.
I used to use it. Yeah,
exactly. It's the biggest company in the world. Like, I was doing a lot of the back end stuff with like ASICs and like how like everybody gets paid like at a crazy amount. Like, I was doing all of that back end coding. It was hard, but now they know. Like, they're like, damn, like, imagine what he could do for us. That's the way that they look at it when they hire. They didn't give it. To be honest with you, when we talked, they didn't even ask me what I did for like in between there. They didn't care.
Yeah, you got a project. Yeah, you got something, a proof of concept, if you will.
It's merit based. Like, we need to go. Yep. We need to get back to merit based. It's like, okay, are you capable of doing the thing that your claim to do? And a lot of people's resumes are fake. To be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
that's why you want to see projects. Yeah.
Yeah, even when I worked at the federal government and I was reviewing, because I was a senior, kind of like a senior government analyst, and I was part of the review board for incoming people that coming in, and with the federal government, there's a lot plays with it, because if the person is like a veteran, then they have a bunch of brownie points. Then
oh yeah, I read about that, where essentially the HR in a lot of these federal agencies, they read off a bunch of questions, and if you answered it properly and you knew how to answer it, didn't really matter what your qualifications were, what your portfolio was. All that mattered is how you answered the questions. And so you got a really bunch of shitty candidates in there who are answering the questions correctly. They're not actually proving anything, right? They don't actually have either the experience or the know-how to actually run things. They just answer the questions correctly because somebody gave them a cheat sheet.
Well, that's one. The other thing, if you're a military veteran,
yeah, you get a bonus point, yeah.
Yeah, you get like a bunch of points and you get the upper hand, even though you know nothing about the fucking job, but they have the obligation to hire you before somebody actually have the experience. That is fucking discrimination. I mean, with all due respect to all veterans, but if you're not capable of actually taking over an actual job, and the only reason that you're going to get hired just because you're a veteran, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not merit-based.
Yeah, that is bullshit. I mean, I don't give a shit. I mean, I spent between 2003 until I got discharged 2 weeks before this last election, that was like a 20 plus years in between special operations and a bunch of other agencies. No, no, it's not. Yeah, like with me, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. It's like I'm not gonna look at you just because you served.
Because of the veterancy status.
Yeah,
you served for like a year.
Yeah. You served in the military. I mean, you could have been a truck driver, and you're applying for an intelligence type of job. Like you're completely inept, and it's like no. Sorry, you have no qualifications here. Yeah.
It's one of the problems when you look at some corporations that don't hire in the way that Elon hires for his companies, because he hires his company, the people, the personnel. If he does the hiring personally, he'll interview them and he will look at what they've done, how they interact, if they're good at their job rather than their qualifications on paper. That's a reason why he doesn't ask them, which college did you go to, right? Do you have 4 years of this? Do you have 10 years of experience in this thing? They don't ask them to that. They just ask them, and they ask them to show evidence of what they're good at. And that is like the best proof, right?
That's your resume, man. Yeah. Resume should be reflected on.
It should be a portfolio. Yeah.
Yeah.
What you're actually good at, what you've done.
Accomplishment. Yeah, like
it's the same thing with Steam, right? With Valve Software, they're probably the most profitable video game company in the world that you've never heard of, right? They're the ones who make Steam Deck, VR, and all this stuff, right? They made Half-Life, and now they are like the number one seller of video games on PC and other platforms like Linux and so on. They don't hire people based on their resumes either. They don't hire people from Full Sail University because they have a 4-year degree in video game design. They don't hire these people because those people have zero experience. Instead, the people that they look to are people with experience modding, right? Now, what you might be wondering, what the fuck is modding, right? So if you have a video game and you modify it and you create your own game based on it, or you play with the engine and you create your own maps, you learn the tools by yourself, or maybe you read a bunch of tutorials, but then you get really good at it, right? Let's say you're a Minecraft map designer, and you have like this hobby thing where you design a whole world by yourself. That's your little project, right? You did it in your spare time. You spent 2,000 hours making this thing. Or, if you're like, a Fortnite player, you're not just gaming. Maybe you don't even fucking play the game, but you make stuff in it. You're a creator. These are the people that Epic Games and Steam are going to hire. They're going to look at that and think, that's really fucking cool, right? I mean, that's awesome. We want you to work for us. Because those are the people who create things. Yeah, if you're like a Unreal Engine developer, for example, and anybody can be an Unreal Engine developer, you just download the software, it's free, and then you make tools for it, Epic is probably going to hire you. They think, oh, wow, this guy knows how to work with our tools, first of all, and he's making stuff for it. He's making plugins. He's making mods for it. He's actually developing for it. He's part of that community. Yeah, they're going to hire you, right? Versus some guy who went for 4 years in MIT and learned some stupid degree that doesn't really help it. Like, where's the evidence that you did any of this? Now, there's a pretty good chance that if you went to MIT and you take up these the skill, that you probably do have a portfolio like that anyway, because a lot of these kids are really smart to begin with. But then there's like a million kids there, who go to any old, fucking state university and take some crappy degree. They don't produce anything. They're just doing it because for them it's just, it's an education. They think they're going to get hired instantly. And these are the people that you generally see complaining online about how they attended 4 years of college, they got a computer science degree, and they're not being hired to any of the companies. Gee, I wonder why. I mean, do you have anything to show for it? Like, are you good at programming? Have you developed websites? Have you made your own, have you made your own apps, your own tools?
Let me ask you this, Ian. As, like, let's say you want to hire a journalist under your belt.
Yep.
And this is for the audience that's listening. So I'm applying for a job, let's say, with you in your company.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What question would you ask me?
I want to see your articles. I want to read them. I want to see if they're good. I want to see if they're well argued. I want to see how many people shared them, right? I want to see if you have a Substack page. If you're a journalist, you claim to be a journalist, and you claim to be a good one, and let's say I'm looking to hire a journalist to work for me, I want to see if you have a Substack. I want to see what stories you've broken. You know, where's your bias?
Where's your medium? Where's everything? Like, show me how many different articles you've wrote. Show me what stories you broke. If you're, you do geopolitics, have you gone to like war zones? Have you done certain things? Like, I really want to see it. Depends on what they're like. It really would depend. If it's an editor, it's one thing. If it's a writer, it's another. If it's an editor-in-chief, how many people have you been able to edit for in a day? There's a lot of different things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all evidence-based, right? It's merit-based. I want to see if you ran a good operation. If you claim to be an editor of a publication, right? I want to see how long you ran that magazine for. Did you dedicate your work into it, your time and your effort, your blood, sweat, and tears? I want to see if you did that. And if you did, then welcome aboard. But if you went to J school for 4 years, I don't give a shit about that. I don't care if you went to J school. Like, it doesn't matter to me. 1 million people go to J school. They don't turn into anything. They turn into baristas. They're not good at their jobs. They don't care about it. They just went to J school because it's like the easiest fucking thing in the world to do, right?
I mean, I would even say the same thing about lawyers.
Ding, 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 ding. It's
There
all
are
about
so many attorneys, who get their degree and they do not go into the field. They have no courtroom experience. They don't actually practice law, but they'll claim the title because it gives them some level of prestige. And then they'll try to get policy positions when they don't actually understand the implications of their actions.
Yep.
Do you know what I hope? This is what I hope. With Elon Musk and his relationship with Donald Trump, I hope all the independent journalists like Jordi, Ian, and a bunch of others, Walter Kurt, actually I spent the weekend with him in Washington, D.C. We got our asses freezed. Get actually a front row at the press briefing at the White House, because we are, or you guys, not me, you guys are the actual media right now.
We are the media now. Yeah, no.
and I hope that translates to an actual press briefing as independent journalists that actually get access to the White House briefing.
Yeah. Like there are real journalists out there, not going to knock them. People like Tucker Carlson or Barry Weiss or Michael Schellenberger, they have journalistic backgrounds.
All these guys,
they're actual journalists. They're good at their jobs, yeah. So they deserve those positions, right? I would love to see the FP at one of the press briefings. I'd love to see Michael Schellenberger, one of his guys, be there, right? I would love to see Christopher Rufo, or one of the people that work for his organization there, right? I mean, like Christina Button, she's a fantastic journalist. She should probably get a press pass, if anything, right? Love to see them there. That's what we need.
You guys should get a press pass because the traditional media is dead.
Yeah. It's like you can offer traditional media a space there as well, because they do have an audience, and they, people have knocked traditional media, and they deserve to be. But there are instances where they do a pretty good job, right? The guys at Fox News, for example, fantastic. They're great journalists, right? People at Daily Caller, also kind of traditional media, not really alternative media, also deserve a press pass. Daily Wire should be there, right? But yeah, we also need like these smaller organizations that they should be represented too, because they can at the very least, ask questions of the, to press secretaries or to like spokesmen. Ask them a question that is not going to be like from the mainstream. They're going to offer a not even necessarily something that's completely dissenting, but at least it's going to be a different perspective, and we need that, right? The problem with the mainstream media right now is that it has only one perspective. That's Reuters and AP. That's it. That's literally it, right? And there's no dissenting perspectives. And in cases of like politics, that's a particularly problematic thing when you have 99% of them are saying that Elon Musk did the Sieg Heil. That's just not true.
Oh my
right? Where
we're not doing that. Yeah, because I put shitload of stuff countering that bullshit. I'm like, it pisses me off so bad that like Elon Musk, it was like pumping his chest, and it was like, hey, I love you guys all, and they taken this.
He's giving his heart out.
Yeah, and they taken that, and it was like, neo-Nazi salute.
No.
It's like
that particular thing is frustrating for me because, look,
to me, I'm in a fucking shootout war with fucking people. Like literally, I'm at a point where
not literally, metaphorically.
No, I'm actually literally, not metaphorically. I'm fucking.
You're shooting them. You're shooting them in person in real life.
Yeah, no. I don't give a shit. I will fucking. Yeah.
Oh, don't say that. Don't do a fat post. Do a fucking fat post. Yeah. But no, like the problem with like giving Nazis credit for everything, that Elon does is it's like a twofold or threefold thing where the Nazis will claim that he did the salute because they want to normalize their Nazi bullshit. There's not a lot of them; they're fringe, but they want to say, "Oh, look, it's cool," right? And the second problem is that I know it's not. I know. No, listen. Let me finish first. Like, they will claim that it's a Nazi salute and that he's one of them. He's virtue signaling or dog whistling to them, right? That's what they'll claim. And the media hates Elon Musk, so they're going to double down on it, and in doing so, empower the Nazis by giving them this very innocuous gesture and claim that this is a Nazi thing. They use it to cancel people, right? They're empowering the Nazis because they hate Elon Musk more than they hate Nazis, right? That is the fucking problem with the media, is they demonize people who don't deserve to be demonized. Elon Musk is like the least which deserves to be demonized at all, right? And so they are giving Nazis power, essentially. And it frustrates me because it's like, why is it not okay to even give a Roman salute, right? Let's say it's a Roman salute where you clutch your heart and then you stick your arm out. That's a Roman salute. I guess that's kind of what he did. Maybe it's not intentional, but that is what he did. You can call it a Roman salute. And why is that wrong, though? Why the fuck do the Nazis get to claim that? Like, why do they get to claim a harmless gesture? Right. This is not like some fucking gang sign where it's so elaborate.
Also, how people
it's a simple
get
thing. You
pissed
just
at
stick
you.
your arm out.
Also, people will get pissed at you when you do like a whole, like the when you put the opposite of the Nazi symbol. It looks like a bit like the Nazi symbol, and then they get pissed off. They're like, no, this is a symbol that has existed for thousands of fucking years.
The Buddhist and Hindu symbol.
Exactly.
And you claim, it's Nazism. It's so annoying because I saw them do this during like when the Japanese had like some sporting event, right? And if you look at their maps, any Buddhist shrine, right? Buddhist shrine, not Shinto shrine, but Buddhist shrines, they are represented on the map with that symbol, right? That ancient symbol that looks like a swastika. And they had to change it. They had to fucking change it to placate these idiots because, people are like, oh my God, it's Nazis in Japan. It's like, how about you stop giving the Nazis everything? Man, the Nazis are fucking dead.
It's ridiculous. And the thing is, the swastika has existed for thousands of years in many cultures. The Persians have had it. The Indians have it. Japanese have it. Thais have it. You see it in ancient Sumeria. It's always been well known. And people are conflating swastika with Heiken Kreuz, which is hooked cross, which is what the Nazis use. They're not the same. And you're right, Ian, that we give way too much credit on the subject of the Roman victory salute. I mean, there was a tradition in America to use that, actually, and in the school system, people used to do it. We give way too much power to the NSDAP when we shouldn't. And Elon was doing, a very beautiful gesture where he was touching his heart and thanking all the people that have basically supported him and President Trump. I'm so sick of the Nazis.
Yeah, also
the
fucking
where you
mustache.
salute your palm out.
Also the fucking mustache. You know what?
Not
a single person is allowed to do this fucking mustache anymore because of fucking
because of Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, exactly.
And Charlie Chaplin had that mustache before Adolf Hitler did. Adolf Hitler stole it from him, right? He copied it, and now it's just associated with Adolf Hitler. Nobody associates it with Charlie Chaplin, who was like the most famous entertainer of that time. That's insane, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Bellamy salute, right, which was commonly done in America from for probably 50 years, right? They recite the Pledge of Allegiance, you hold your hand to your heart, and then you reach your arm out, like you raise your arm out at a 90-degree angle, and that was how it was done. But then after World War II, they were like, oh, it's kind of too close to what the Nazis used to do, so let's just stop doing that, and let's just clutch our hearts, let's just hold our hearts, no more lifting your arm out anymore. And so it's like they gave it to the Nazis. What the fuck? Why would you do that? That's so stupid. Can we not associate it with that? Because like the French used to do it before the Nazis did it as well, right? The revolutionary French did that. They did basically what Elon did yesterday, and that was like it's a liberation salute. Why the fuck would you give this to the goddamn Nazis?
Yeah,
of all
absolutely. I mean, like there is a long-standing pattern of like racist, like hyper-nationalist entities appropriating portions of other cultures to try and promote themselves because they see themselves as aligning with some ideal associated with that symbol. I think a really good example of that is how white supremacists have co-opted like Nordic mythology and Norse runes, and like you can't have a freaking tattoo without being considered a white supremacist, even if you might just be Scandinavian and find particular meaning in the tattoo associated with your own heritage and culture. It doesn't matter because they have turned that symbol into a symbol of
It's like the fucking Pepper the Frog. Like
yes.
Pepper the Frog.
Yeah. And the OK sign. And now
Let
it's
them
Christianity.
steal this shit.
They're doing this with Christianity, right? They're doing this in Christianity, and the media keeps allowing them to do it by feeding this bullshit. So take a look at the guy who's the Secretary of Defense, right?
Pete Hegseth.
He has, Pete Hegseth, right? Great Christian, right? Like amazing Christian, goes to church, all that stuff, and he's like hardcore Christian, right? Like he's a true believer. And on his chest, he's got the Catholic cross, right? This cross, I forget what kind of cross it's called, but it's like located in a lot of churches. If you look at the floors at the tiling, you'll see that cross, right? And he has that tattooed on his chest. He's a true believer, follower of Christ. He has that. And what does the media do, right? It writes all these fucking hit pieces about him, calls him a white nationalist, calls him a Nazi because he's got this cross. It's like they're giving it to the Nazis. Now, the Nazis not even Christian to begin with, but now they're saying Christ is king, Christ is king, Christ is king, right? Like you saw this when Candace Owens started virtue signaling to the Nazis and saying Christ is king, and all these Nazis who are not even Christians started saying that because it was like a way for them to co-opt Christianity, right? They call it Christian nationalism. That's an invention, by the way, of the media, again, to claim that, that all Christians are like this. All Christians are actually Nazis. So they're demonizing Christians, like real Christians, and, evangelicals, Catholics alike. They're like, it's like, what the fuck? Why is the media doing this? Right?
You know what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of? As you guys know what, in 1984, the book, how they're trying to create a new language, Newspeak, that doesn't have anything that is negative in it. This is kind of like that, where they're trying to basically co-opt every single saying and take everything. Just so you're in the end, you're only allowed to say if you approve things. If you don't want to be part of that group.
And everything else is double plus on good.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like wokeness. As I've said before, wokeness used to mean awareness of the PSYOP layer, and it's turned into a PSYOP layer in and of itself.
Yep. That's right. If you look at the original definition of wokeness and the people who came up with wokeness, which were black liberation activists, they meant they were talking about the PSYOP layer, right? To become woke is to wake up from the Fed's lies, because the federal government lies about a lot of black history, and that's true. I mean, you can dislike a lot of black liberation people, but they do have a fucking point that the FBI did do a bunch of terrible shit to black people. That's just a fact, right? They did the whole AIDS vaccine on them, like not AIDS vaccine, the polio vaccine, and then afterwards people magically get AIDS. I mean, that's the thing worth talking about, right? They run experiments on people.
Just see the community note on the Martin Luther King post, right?
Yeah, that's right. They tried to suppress him. They stopped the marches. They put him in danger, and they probably got him killed. Right? They radicalized someone to the point where that person murdered Martin Luther King, right? That stuff did happen. Look at Waco. It is undeniable.
Now, you would say this, 30 years ago, they would turn you into a fucking political martyr. Like, look at Roger Ver. He spoke out about this stuff in 1998 when he ran for office in California, right? The FBI didn't like it. They didn't like the fact that he was talking about Waco so much. So they tried to bust him on the smallest little things. And then he went to jail for 10 years because he sold fireworks on eBay for $300. That is how insane that is. They want to shut this guy up. So when he comes out, right, in 2013, he gets into Bitcoin. He gets really big on it, right? And he's like one of like fucking 10 million Bitcoin at some point. And he decides, you know what? I'm going to leave America. I don't want to deal with this shit anymore. I'm just going to sell all my stuff and just leave, right? That's why he went to one of the islands. I forget where, St. Kitts, I think. And a few years later, they're like, how can we still get this guy? So they get him on like Bitcoin taxes that he didn't pay for, that he didn't even have that stuff anymore. They wanted to pay like the current prices or some crazy bullshit. And now he's facing 108 years in prison because he spoke out against the feds, essentially. That's like lawfare to the point where it's like institutional lawfare. It's like legacy lawfare, where the people pursuing him now, who are pursuing Roger Ver now, they don't even know why they're going after him. They just know that that's what they need to do, right? That's the problem with bureaucracy, is that it's so institutional that lawfare just sticks around for fucking decades. And that needs to stop, right? Trump needs to end this stuff. He needs to pardon him and he needs to say, yeah, this shit is not happening anymore. We're not going to run things like this.
What I find quite interesting are all these whiners talking about birthright citizenship. I would love to have your thoughts on it, but I just like to say, I just think President Trump's in the right on it. I mean, it's a magnet for illegal migration. They come here, they make their kids, and then they wait for the kids to get to a certain age, I believe 21, and then they sponsor their parents, and then we get this chain migration. I'm getting attacked by many of my friends in the Indian community about this, and I'm just like, bro.
They're misled. I saw a lot of misinformation on it, right? A lot of people are claiming that all of their migration status is all at jeopardy now because of this passage. But it's like they didn't even read the bill. It's not retroactive, so they're fine, right? Anyone who's in the U.S. right now whose parents are who did this anchor baby type deal, they're fine. They're actually okay. It's just future children. It's future children that have to deal with this stuff. So just don't do it anymore. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact of the matter is that, we have a real problem of people just coming here to collect benefits. And, most countries in the world don't have birthright citizenship. India does not have birthright citizenship. Hell, they don't even have dual citizenships. They don't even let that happen. And it's just funny to hear a lot of folks from that community just go crazy about how, I need these visas, I need to have this right, I need to have this privilege. And I'm just thinking, well, it's a bit off-putting when India doesn't even have it.
I find it super weird that India doesn't let dual citizenship.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's their history. They have a long history of being ruled by outsiders, so they're just very protective and restrictive of their immigration system. And
yeah, but to me, that seems like a great way to make sure that any Indian that's successful outside of India doesn't come back.
Yeah. It backfires.
Yeah, I think it's something that's going to backfire. And it's
citizenship is generally a good thing. Also, a lot of people bring up the fact that it's 14th Amendment, right? That guarantees birthright citizenship. I have a counter to that, and I'm just going to read Ron DeSantis and what he wrote about it. The guy's a lawyer. He knows what he's talking about. Not just for that, but in general, he just knows what he's talking about. So he says, the purpose of the 14th Amendment's citizenship clause was to overturn the Dred Scott case, not to bestow citizenship on those present in the U.S. against the people's will as expressed in law. The Trump executive order will be litigated until the Supreme Court decides the question, which it has never decided, of whether children born to illegal aliens get constitutionally mandated citizenship. The framers of the amendment clearly did not believe so. Right, so the whole idea, right, that you could do what people are doing right now, which is to just have a child on American soil and then effectively, become American citizens, that's just not what the intention was. Absolutely not. That's what people don't seem to get. They're like, well, it's a 14th Amendment. It's like, you have to understand the intention of it. You have to be a constitutional scholar, which he is, right? You have to understand where were they coming from when they wrote this thing, right? It certainly wasn't from a place where they said, oh, yeah, let's just let everybody in. No. absolutely.
No, they're coming from Canada, the UK. They're coming from places of like where we want them to come in because they're scholars, they're great, like they're good people to actually, to reproduce here. That was the whole reason for it originally. And I still, and even to this day, like if, I guess two green card holders who obviously they had to have been here for 10 years, if they have somebody on American soil, it's like, okay, so what, let's say, so what, they're Canadian? That's like, now they have like
I think
now your green card holders have to go back to Canada.
I think though that the Supreme Court has ruled on it before. It was with like a Chinese parents or something.
I just feel like there's a lot of.
I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court has ruled on it before.
I mean, courts can always carve out exceptions for people who have already obtained citizenship or something along those lines.
No. But I'm talking about specifically with it being.
To be honest with you,
ruled on with the 14th Amendment. I'm pretty sure it's already gone through the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm almost positive that there is an amendment and that probably is like for naturalized citizens or for like green card holders or for like there's an exception in there. I know there is, because there's no way that you have two people that are green card holders have a kid in a U.S. hospital and now you send them back, like they have to go back to Canada because that child is now.
All right, so
it has no documentation to be here.
I looked it up, yes. There was a court case in 1898. The case affirmed that a child born in the United States, the parents of Chinese descent who were legally domiciled in the U.S. but not U.S. citizens, was a U.S. citizen at birth under the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment. So that's what has been ruled over.
Yeah, it's not really, it's not definitive though. I mean, the reason the 14th Amendment even came about was due to the Dred Scott case, right? If you are not familiar, that's when Dred Scott v. Sanford, I'm actually just going to read Grok here. This is the U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1857. So what happened was Dred Scott, he was a slave, right? He sued for his freedom in Missouri, arguing that he should be free because he had lived in the free territories where slavery was outlawed. And the Supreme Court, in a 7-2 decision, they ruled against him, right? They delivered a majority opinion. They declared that if blacks, whether free or enslaved, were not U.S. citizens and therefore had no right to sue in federal court. And then the Missouri Compromise of 1820, which banned slavery in the U.S. territories, was unconstitutional, and Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in these territories. That's what they ruled, right? And so this actually exacerbated the tensions between the North and the South, and that actually is what started the Civil War, because at that point, they were like, okay, so who actually has the right to rule, and who are the slaves and who aren't? This whole thing is what, got this whole thing kicked off, and then eventually the 13th Amendment was passed in 1865 after the South lost, abolishing slavery, and then afterwards the 14th Amendment was later granted for anyone born or naturalized in the U.S., including former slaves. That was to make sure that all these former slaves, right, the people who were freed after the 13th Amendment was passed, that they were effectively granted U.S. citizenship. This was made specifically in response to slavery, right? It was not made in response to a bunch of random outsiders coming in and having babies. Like, that was just not the intention. It was to free the slaves.
Ian, you nailed it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No. That's why. That's why.
Yeah, but that's why the law is a very precise thing, right? So
they need to it needs to be revisited now, because it's been over 200 years, right? Well, almost 200 years. And so we need to look at the situation now, and you can make silly argument, not you, but some people are going to say, well, it's the amendment, the Constitution can be rewritten. It's actually, yeah, you can. The 19th Amendment was added in 1920.
No one's saying that it can't be rewritten. It's just a.
Well, some people are saying that because they're stupid and they don't understand the Constitution. They're like, the founders made it so this and this. It's like you realize it was added in 1865, right?
Yeah,
the founders
did the Bill of Rights.
Founders in the Bill of Rights. They didn't do the amendments and stuff, and it's like it's often really frustrating to argue with liberals online because they kind of conflate the two things, and they'll just like naturally make a dumb assumption that women always had the right to vote. It's like, no, guys, like history is a lot longer than your 50 years. Okay, like you got to actually read books.
Important concept and important for that as well. Not all men were like women actually got the right to vote very, very soon after men got the right to vote.
That's right. Yeah, not all men. Yeah, correct.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it wasn't all men.
It was the suffragist movement helped both men and women because, and you can argue about economic stuff that happened afterwards. I'm not talking about that at all, right? Suffragism is a big topic, but yes, not all men had the right to vote because you had to be a landowner to have the right to vote. And back then, you either had to do service or you had to own land, right? And then afterwards, they're like, no, anybody can vote, right? And then women soon after was like, yeah, women have the right to vote too because otherwise it's not fair. But even before that, women could technically vote if they voted as like their family, right? If they were like landowners, women could own land. Like that's never been like a thing. It's just that women generally did not inherit land or property, therefore they didn't own anything. Nowadays, of course, that's different. But yes, most men could not vote because, I mean, honestly, we should go back to that.
It's the United States versus Wong Kim Ark. The case affirmed that a child born in the United States with parents of Chinese descent who were legally domiciled in the U.S. but not U.S. citizens was a U.S. citizen.
I think it was 1898, right?
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. Back then, they were imported as slaves as well. They were a lot of them indentured forced into indentured servitude by their masters. In what used to be called Mexico, I guess it's California now. So it makes sense to give the child citizenship, right? It's a similar situation as Dred Scott, right? Very similar in that they were slaves, effectively slaves, and therefore they deserve to have the right to U.S. citizenship because it's not fair you import a bunch of people and then you're telling them you don't have any rights, right?
Right. So here it says that the parents enter the United States legally under the terms of the Burlingame Treaty of 1868 between the United States and China. The treaty allowed for the free migration and immigration of Chinese subjects to the U.S. for the purpose of commerce, trade, and education.
They were basically slaves, though. Yeah.
They were considered domiciled in the U.S., meaning they were considered resided there legally but were not U.S. citizens. However, the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 later restricted Chinese immigration significantly, but this did not retroactively affect the legal status of those already in the country. They were allowed to remain in the U.S. because they had entered before the exclusion laws were enacted. And I guess the parents sued to see if their child was
because if you're not familiar with how things worked back then in like 1865, so what the U.S. government did was it made a deal with the Chinese government, which was like the emperor back then, right? They didn't have like a proper government, it's just an emperor. They said, hey, we want your cheap labor. We want your guys to build our railroads, because Mexico was actually taking Chinese slaves, right? Not a lot of people know this, but they enslaved a lot of Chinese people back then. They built railroads and stuff, and they did the same thing in San Francisco, where they were like, hey, come work for us, not hey, come, but like, you need to send your guys to our country. The British did the same thing.
What
The hell am I listening to?
Never mind.
So what you been watching?
Accidental.
I lost my train of thought. So the Americans made a deal with the Chinese government, send a bunch of Chinese people over, have them work for basically free, right? They were effectively slaves, right? And they were not allowed to vote. They were not allowed to have any rights, really. I mean, you could kind of own a business, but not really. I think if you watch Deadwood, they talk about this stuff, like Mr. Wu. He's a really funny character. I'm going off on a stupid tangent now. But the point is, they didn't really have any rights, right? And they could not vote because they were technically Chinese citizens, right? They were subjects, not citizens. There was no citizenship in China. You were a fucking subject of the emperor. So they were all Chinese subjects. And then eventually they scrapped all of that, all right? America decided that, okay, this has got to change because, first of all, the Chinese empire just sort of crumbled and they didn't really have any power anymore. And the people, wanted to be Americans. It's as simple as that. You're living there for like your whole fucking life. You're not a Chinese subject anymore, right? So they sued for their citizenship, and they won in 1898. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, and that's the reason why they got birthright citizenship, because it had to be retroactive, right? At that point, it had to be retroactive for them because they had kids, they had families, some of them had grandkids, and yeah, they fought for that and they won, and as well they should. They're part of the American, the fabric of what America is. There's a lot of people don't seem to understand America is a nation of immigrants. Yes, I'm not American, but it is true. It is, duh. Like, you're not. I see this dumbass argument popping out right now saying that you're not American unless you're white and European. It's like, well, no, that's like a stupid way to word things. Like, most Americans, yes, do have a white European background, but the idea of just being white and European makes you American is just stupid. Like, that's just not history. You have to look at all of this.
Yeah, that is the stupidest thing ever.
Yep. Like so that means Steve Jobs is not American, right? Because he is a Syrian background, right? His parents are Syrian immigrants.
Like literally, that is like the stupidest thing ever. Like, I can put.
I mean, I guess, but how far back do you go, right? Like, at some point, unless you're Native American, you're not American.
I guess if you immigrate legally and you say the Pledge of Allegiance and you contribute to America, I mean, that kind of makes you American, Like, what is American? Well, I mean, I think Charlie Kirk worded it best a few years ago when he said that America is, for the most part, an idea. It's an ideal, right? It's something to aspire to. It's what sets America apart from other countries, most countries, I should say. And in that, it's not about birthright. It's not about being born there, being of its race or heritage. It's like America is... it's kind of like a fruit salad, if you will, right? A potpourri of many different diverse cultures, and it's made America fucking great. I'm not saying import every single fucking person. Don't import criminals, for one. Like, understand that immigration has its limits, and you want to import only the best and the brightest. Hate that term, but that's what I mean, right? And a lot of people are just acting like nativists. They act like they're the only people who built the country. It's kind of funny watching these fucking white nationalist types being like, well, we're white and we built the country, and they're like, what did you fucking build?
Exactly.
Though? Are you Elon Musk? Are
What
you
did you
Steve Jobs? The fuck did you build? Why are you taking credit for the work of other people? Like, the fuck did you do? You are a 16-year-old sitting in your fucking mom's basement. Okay, maybe not 16. You're 26 years old, sitting in your mom's basement, complaining about how nobody wants to give you a job because they're not fucking qualified for anything, and you're just whining about entitlements. Like, oh, I deserve it because I'm white and European. It's like, shut the fuck up.
You know what?
Do something
you know
in your
what
life.
you know what the funny thing is, though? Most of the white people weren't responsible for building anything either. It was
Handful of people.
Yeah, it was a handful of people that built everything in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And you're definitely not descended from them because look at your condition.
Look at you. It's a mean thing to say. I bet you their parents are probably fine people and have contributed to the building of the country, right? But this generation, man, this fucking generation of these Gen Z, I wouldn't say all Gen Z, obviously. It's like a very specific, very niche group of people that are acting entitled to the successes of other people. They look at some random white person in the past, they may not even be French, and they'll be like, oh, Napoleon was a great man. He was a white European. It's like, I'm pretty sure Napoleon did not consider himself a European, okay? I'm pretty sure he considered himself French.
Yeah, Napoleon was definitely die-hard La Resistance, 100%. Like, he was not, he did not claim anything except for France. That's all he claimed.
When America was first here, they were like very racist towards Irish people, right?
Yeah,
Italians.
I mean, I'll be honest with you.
And the Germans as well.
I'll be honest with you. Like, let me keep it all the way real with you. I'm more entitled to being American than anybody else, and I'm black. That should tell you something. My last name is Daly. It's literally Irish, from the old country, from the Celtics. So, like, half these people are literally have the last name that is from some crazy ass jungle, and they're saying, "Oh no, we got to get everybody out of here that's there." And I'm sitting here thinking, dude, I can trace my heritage all the way literally back to Ireland. Like, where can you trace yours back to? And 9 times out of 10, these guys find out that they're not even from, like, their parents weren't even really settlers.
Yeah, they're not from the Mayflower.
No, they're not.
Hey, Jordy, you're like the blackface of the white supremacist.
Yo, look. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I go on this show called White Power Radio every Wednesday.
What? Oh, Jesus.
I'm being serious. It's so fun, dude. It's so much fun, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's actually fun. You guys will get a kick. You guys will get a kick out of it.
Fuck no. I'm not listening to that.
You'd get a kick out of it, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't do that, yeah. I mean, I would maybe listen anonymously to hear Jordan on that space because I thought his interactions with Nick were absolutely hilarious. I think he was doing good work.
Yeah, no, Nick comes in there. Some of the Groypers come in there. I usually
I'm surprised they go in there.
I go in there and I just, like, every Wednesday I just go in there and I just have a conversation with them, and it's just so funny because, like, I go in and they're like, "Hey, Jordan Daly's here," and I'm like, "Hey guys, happy White Power Wednesday," and they're like, "Happy White Power Wednesday, brother." I'm like, dude, these guys are next level, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, it's the funniest thing in the world, bro.
I feel like for them, it's become more of an identity than anything else.
But that's the thing. How can you not find this, like, comedic? I find it so comedic. I find it hilarious that they're, like, sitting here talking, like, bro, they're yelling at me about their white problems. Like, I'm like, dude, how do I solve it? I'm just as oppressed as you. Like, I think it's hilarious. So, like, to me, it's just like, okay, well, like, if we're both here, how can we solve problems? And
I think they're interested in solving problems. So that's the fucking problem with these people, and that's a problem, is that they're not interested in solving problems. They're interested in grievances. They are very identical to the Black Lives Matter people, who are many of them are white, by the way, who, you know, I'd sit in on their Zoom calls, again, very comedic, right? And they'd just be whining about white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. It's like, what are you fuckers gonna do to actually fix any of this, right? All you do is whine about stuff.
I mean, ultimately, they're kind of brainwashed, and I see the work that Jordan is doing as a sort of deprogramming because you're short-circuiting their logic. By inserting a black person into their space that they're having positive interactions with and developing a positive perception of,
But they don't see things like that. They make him an exception, right? They turn him into a token, essentially. They're like, oh, he's one of the good ones.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, is that if you can get along with one of them, you can get along with all of them. Like, that's the whole point.
That way,
that's not the case at all.
But they don't see things that way. Yeah,
that's not the case at all.
Yeah, I know they don't see it like that, but that's
like, when I say something that's, you know, even remotely red-pilled or whatever you want to call it, they'll be like, oh, he's one of us, you know, and then afterwards they kind of realize I'm not, you know, and then they get really mad about it. But it's like, these people are so brainwashed to the point where they can make exceptions in their brain and it's kind of short circuits them, but not really, because they still have that core programming that tells them the group is bad, the individual is good. And it's like, bro, like, how about you stop grouping people into stuff? I mean, you know, like, just stop doing that.
I see, like, inspiration of Daryl Davis here. Like, that's the vibe that I get. So,
I love Daryl Davis. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it fun. Like, how can you not find it funny that me as a black man in America, I just go walk right into their space and, like, just say Happy White Power Wednesday?
I think you can't.
Like, that's hilarious.
It's so Chappelle Show. Like, it's literally a Chappelle Show sketch.
I'm saying it's fun.
Honestly, though, it feels like if you want to be constructive, you have to point out how they're wrong. You know, you can't just be reinforcing their views on the world.
Oh no, I definitely don't reinforce their views. I definitely do not do that. I go in there with very happy and jolly with them, and like they do. Like, I'll be honest with you, you are right about one thing, is that they complain a lot about their situation but don't do anything to fix it. That is 100% them, and that's kind of been programmed into a lot of people, and I don't believe in that. So I always tell them, like, how do we solve this if this is the issue? Like, you guys have a problem with free speech, and you think that you're always being censored, this, that, the third, and you don't feel like you're being heard, and you feel like you're the minority? Well, how do we get your voice heard? Like, I do come to them with, like, solutions, and I do talk to them. I just feel like, I always feel like you should just always be able to walk both sides of the aisle. You should be able to walk with the craziest racist dude and be like, yo, I'm about to have a beer with this crazy racist guy. I can't bring any of my friends, but he's a cool dude. And I should be able to go to the craziest guy in Antifa and literally go say, I'm gonna go smoke a blunt with him. and you should be able to go walk right down the middle, and they should both be able to shake hands because it's like, hey, you guys both know me, and you both know I'm a good guy.
Wait a second. Were you not here?
Welcome to my life.
Were you not here for my whole weed rant?
Probably not. Maybe. I'm just saying in general, like, you should be able to cross both sides of the aisle and not worry about, like, if somebody's going to be too racist or anything, because the only way you actually make progress as humans is for everybody to actually say, okay, you know what? I'm going to sit down and talk to them. Even if it ends up in, I don't want to talk to this guy after that, the next conversation you guys have is, well, you talked to him once, bro. Just calm down and just cooler heads prevail. That's what maturity is.
My issue with them and the solutions they come up with are not realistic, right?
Oh, of course they're not.
They look for external solutions. So they say, oh, they can't get jobs. How can we fix this, right? I mean, that's the crux of the question. And instead of coming to a reasonable conclusion, as in, oh, maybe I should pick up a trade, maybe I should learn something else, maybe this job market is completely oversaturated anyway, and learn something else, right? That would be the realistic solution. That would actually require for them to get off their butt and actually do something with their own life, but they're not willing to do that. So they say, how can we change everything in its entirety? How can we ban H-1B? How can we ban immigrants? Like, that is the solution that they come up with, and it's completely unrealistic.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is I kind of,
it's fucking absurd.
But that's the thing. I kind of talked them out of whatever vision that they had for that, because I told them straight away, like, you guys have to understand something. We're not getting rid of the H-1B program, whether you like it or not. Does it need to be reformed? Yes. Everybody agrees that it needs to be reformed, even the people on the left and on the right. And they're like, well, yeah, it needs to be reformed. I said, you just agreed with everybody, so what are you crying about?
Like, I don't seem to get it, though. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you completely, but, like, the way that they approach things is from a place of, I'm entitled to X, Y, Z, I deserve this, I deserve that, right? Like, they don't think that, they seem to be of the impression that they can literally influence every single white person in the country to agree with them. They'll be like, well, we'll kick out all the blacks and the non-white people. Like that is their idea of a solution, that literally every single white person is going to magically agree with them and agree to their entitlements, right?
I'll be honest with you. If they pay me enough money, I'll get the hell out of the country too.
They just want to kick you out. Yeah, it's like,
yeah, you don't want to kick me out with a paycheck. I mean, shit. Like,
solutions are kind of stupid, right? It's like they're so unrealistic, and they dream up this fantasy where they're able to take over the society and force every white person to like agree with their views. They don't like. They seem to think that they exist in a vacuum where every white person is just going to naturally agree with them, right? And most people are just not going to agree with them, whether they're white or not white. They're not going to agree with their views. And so they come from a very, very stupid place. They're expecting a Deus Ex Machina to just, like they want Donald Trump to be their guy, right? To like just magically deport everybody, right? You're not white, we're deporting you. That's never going to happen. He's not that person. Elon Musk is not that person, right? But they want that to happen, and they just keep getting angrier and angrier and angrier, and then some of them turn into like fucking terrorists, like they just do. Like the incel community, for example.
But why are they so mad?
Because they're pathetic. They don't want to help themselves. Like it's like incels, like can't get a date, and instead of cleaning up, getting a job, and like not being fucking idiots and assholes, they're like, oh fuck all women, I want to kill all women. Like that's literally their response. That's how the incel community reacts. Right? And they go on a fucking mass shooting spree or something, or they plan an attack.
Since weed is pretty much legalized in the U.S. for the people that are that depressed, I implore you to smoke some weed. And if like life is that depressing, just go to bed, bro.
No.
Like tomorrow's another day.
No.
I don't think that's
I just got out of satire and funniness, I want to make a joke. I just got a text message from ICE. My ass is getting deported back to Iraq.
Nice.
Yeah.
Free migration. Let's go.
Yeah. So pray for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice knowing you, man.
And
Yeah,
Nice knowing you.
Let us know how Guantanamo is.
What? I'm getting deported to Iraq, not Guantanamo, motherfucker.
That's what they say. So you know you're gonna have a good time. Like, oh, okay, well I'm only going back, and next thing you know, then trust me, I've heard the stories.
Hey, by the
The
way,
issue with a lot of
Jordan,
these,
when are
these people,
Jordan,
the
when
core
are you
problem is
paying
that they
my-
don't have father figures.
Jordan, when are you paying my tax, or else you're getting deported to Guantanamo Bay?
I'm ready to send me now.
I think we need to examine the core issues of what makes these men feel so disenfranchised, whether they're incels or white nationalists or far leftists, like those anti-work people on Reddit, right? We can call them lazy all day, and yeah, they are. They're fucking pathetic human beings. But how do we stop creating more people like them? Like, I think the people who are already posting on anti-work, I think, 90% of them can't be fixed. I think that people who are groypers, 90% of them can't be fixed. And maybe you're more optimistic than I am, and maybe you think it's going to be 50% that can't be fixed, right?
Look.
It's like we need to society needs to stop producing these fucking people, right? What is causing these people to feel the way that they are? And it's disenfranchisement. That's one thing, and DEI is a big cause of it, right? So we've gotten rid of DEI now, right? Trump has basically put out a mandate banning DEI. That's a one.
I mean, men hating women nowadays. It's like I know you're not here. You're not here like in America, but the reason why it is that way right now, it's not anybody's fault. That's the thing. It's like
I don't know, dude. Like a lot of people, I feel like they're too online. All these.
No. That's not what happened. There's a huge wave of girls kept coming out about the Me Too thing, right? And then the lies after we saw there was a whole bunch of lying that came out after that, and they were ruining people's lives. And then it got to the point where guys got so scared to talk to girls that eventually they're just okay, well, we just don't need them then. And
why do they feel like that? It's because they're too online. They think that everyone.
No, it's because they didn't want to catch a fucking case.
Hold on.
I know, but why?
No,
they don't have the personal.
No. Hold on. No, that's completely wrong. That's completely wrong.
It's true.
It's completely true.
It's dead true.
It's completely true because I'm not scared of talking to people in real life, right? But I will tell you from experience that there is about a 1 in 4 chance that they're going to act batshit insane if you try to talk to them.
So those are pretty good odds.
Yeah, those. Okay, but imagine it's your first ever time. You've mustered up the courage. This girl just starts acting batshit insane, and you genuinely believe there's a chance you might go to prison.
Yeah, you're never talking to another female again. And here's
something a pussy. Pussy.
No,
That's
it's not being a pussy because if
they have one bad experience and they don't want to pursue it, it's like playing Dark Souls. You get killed by the first boss and then you delete the game. I mean, come on, it's a fucking man.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be a 1 in 4. It shouldn't be that high.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, I understand that there is a problem, but the vast majority of men, it just in general, okay? Keep in mind, we're not talking about the vast majority of men here, okay? When we're talking about incels or white nationalists or whatever, groypers, right? They're all basic kind of incels, right? They're a minority. The vast majority of people on this planet don't have that fear, right? And either they didn't have that experience.
We're talking about the U.S.
With the crazy girl.
We're talking about the U.S. And the U.S. is particularly bad. It's not like other countries.
Even if they didn't have that experience, most people are able to pick themselves up. Yeah, they had a bad experience, but they pick themselves up and they go date somebody else.
You want to know how you know the truth? And I'll tell you the truth. Bring one girl up here right now, and you can ask her 5-10 years ago, did you get if she's 30, right? You could ask her, even if she can be hot. Go ahead and ask her, do I get hit on then, or do I get a hit on now? And girls will literally tell you they will go out. No guys will talk to them anymore, not because of that, because guys just don't be out because they don't care. They just don't care. They really just don't. Because what happened was in the U.S. is guys literally weighed money versus women, and they realized that money can literally just buy you women. That's the difference. They didn't realize that at first, and now they just stay inside and don't talk to women. Just go ahead. Ask them.
They're depriving themselves of a lot.
Bro, I will tell you right now that like I talked to two girls that were 30 the other day, and I was out with them drinking a couple beers, and they literally said that like if any guy would just go up to them and say, "Do you want to have sex?" 9 times out of 10 they would just do it, but no guy does that ever.
So guys,
Ever.
Excuse me, do you want to have sex?
They're making the world too easy for me.
Jordi, I agree.
But that's the thing.
I agree with you.
All communication is hypnosis.
You have to be classy, and we lost that class. Like I don't know what happened in between, and man, lost that class. Like you have to have.
Hold on.
Well, men lost how to be a gentleman. That's what it is. A lot of men lost how to be a gentleman. That's
why
what it is.
why would you be a gentleman when most women aren't ladies?
Well,
Because it doesn't take effort, bro. It doesn't take effort.
You don't have
Being a gentleman is not hard. It's just a state of being.
But
It's not hard to be a gentleman.
Okay.
No, I agree with you, Oda.
No, it doesn't work like that because you can be a gentleman, and all that's going to mean is that in the sexual marketplace, you're going to lose every single fucking time.
What do you mean?
Because of the way that women in general, I'm not talking about like the exceptions here, I'm talking about in general, act now. If you are acting like an asshole, if you're acting like basically a fucking rapper,
yeah, your odds go way
that's
up.
how you get a relationship. That's how you get laid. No man is gonna be a fucking gentleman to a woman that's a complete fucking slut.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, like, bro, if you have
sluts.
yeah, exactly. Like, what?
On an individual level. This is terrible.
Okay, you're talking to people on an individual level.
No,
right?
I'm talking about we're talking about on a societal level. If you're
Why are we talking about it on a societal level when we're addressing individuals?
Yeah, because
we're talking about
society is made up of individuals. And
fuck society. Just you gotta approach these things on an individual level.
You can't approach
things
like
tailor
that.
things to each
You
person.
can't approach.
Yeah, you can. I mean,
because
you can. Yeah, you can. Like if I'm leading my life, why am I leading my life in the way that society wants me to? I lead my life in the way that I want to.
We're talking about an extreme group of people who are incels. Right? You can't talk about those groups of people if you don't discuss society at large, because those people are part of society, right? And you have to understand about the conditions that actually create those types of people. You can't just look at it from an individualistic perspective, because
I think a lot of these people just self-program themselves into becoming incels. It's not really it's not a societal problem. It's an individual problem, and they are ingrained.
No. It's not an individual, bro. I would say you're both right.
Okay.
I would say you're. Hold on.
Wait. Because I do agree. It is also their fault, right? I do agree.
Of course,
I do agree that it is their fault. But
of course, it's their fault.
But you also have to look at it from their perspective. From their perspective, the world.
But the perspective is wrong.
Their perspective is not necessarily wrong. Their perspective
okay,
is
like if they look at the world and they look at the sun rising from the east and they're like, oh, that's the sun. There's a little ball.
Yeah, but that's not how it is.
Coming out the east.
How it is
yeah, it's not how it is at all, because the sun does not rise in the east. The earth rotates around the sun.
What's happened?
And I'm seeing things from the way that the earth rotates around the sun. And
what's happened though is that the quality.
Tiny thing of sky.
What's happened is that the quality of the average woman has decreased dramatically within the last 50 years. They have simply adjusted to that by basically becoming incels, because they themselves.
They're so stupid for that.
No, bro. I don't truly believe that, bro. That's not like. Here's the thing. If you want to look at it from your way, I would say it's a societal thing, and you are right about that. The way I would say that is because like a lot of father figures aren't in men's lives. So when like a kid goes and gets his heart broken at 16 or at 18, and he doesn't know how to pick himself the fuck up to get to do whatever, to like say, hey, buck the fuck up. Like, when you don't have that, yeah, you're going to be an incel. You're going to literally start turning, fuck that, that's what you're going to do. Like, it's just automatic. They're going to find something to hate and just, that's their escape. But very few men, which is why eventually you see that the percentages start going down in terms of guys that actually get girls, is like you pick yourself back up and you go again. Some guys do it, some guys don't. Like, it's just that simple. It defines a boy versus a man. Like, it's just that simple.
Why do those people not have any fathers in their lives?
Well, because their mother's a hoe. Like, it's not my fault.
Exactly my point.
Like, it's not my fault. Don't talk to me. Talk to Jesus, dog. Like, what?
You can't just blame women for this.
No, you can't.
It's a male problem.
You can't. No, because this is majority.
So it's a woman's fault and the father's a deadbeat?
No, there's a reason that this has happened, and it's because
A lot
women
of
allow it.
deadbeats too. A lot of men are deadbeats. That's
True. That's true. But this happened a lot less. This happened a lot less before feminism. This was maybe.
We're not going to blame it on that. Oh, Jesus Christ. No.
Something part of the family. Like that's not the case. A lot of men are just fucking deadbeats. And there's societal thing. If you push them to become the best,
Yeah,
not
can I speak for the bastards for a second? Can I just say something?
This was the
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I think we all have like three of us and that much time. Let's go ahead.
There are a lot of con artists out there. There are literally people who teach classes about how to pick up women, how to convince women to sleep with you. In that kind of a world, I don't think we can entirely blame women for having sex with men, because they are
Bro, do you hear how insane this sounds, bro? Bro, this should not be.
Let him finish.
There are people who fucking lie. Like, my dad told my mom that he was going to be there. He had a good job. He had all appearances of being the right kind of guy. And it turned out that he was a total piece of shit. But it wasn't like she was making stupid decisions. Based on the information she had available to her, she was making the right decisions. But he was lying to get laid. And it turned out that when push came to shove, he wasn't willing to be there. And it turned out that. And so, like, I don't think that you can say that it's entirely her fault, because she thought she was putting me into a good life. And it turned out that that was based on lies. And, like, I don't think we can say that everybody who believes a lie, it's their fault and they're stupid.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's not all. You can't blame everything on one side. It's both sides. It's just about the fact that
Who started this?
It was
feminist movement.
No, the feminist movement did not
sexual
start
revolution.
It was a lot of scummy men. Scummy men have always existed.
Yes, but this has not been an issue to the extent that it is now. It's not a coincidence that this became a massive issue.
When was the sexual revolution and where was I?
When I say now, I'm not talking about literally now. I'm talking the last 50, 100 years.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the sexual revolution. I was like, bro, I'm literally like in my 30s, bro. Was it like 20 years ago? Cause like shit, like I don't remember it.
Sexual revolution is the 1970s. This is where everything went downhill, by the way.
Oh, when everybody's doing coke.
You can literally see by science alone when exactly things started to go wrong. And it happened right after the 1960s. Right after the 1960s, that's where stuff started to go wrong. For no fucking reason. Various things were implemented. You read the Jaff Memo. Do you know what the Jaff Memo is?
Wait, who are you asking?
Fucking crickets. Do you know what the Jaff Memo is?
I don't know what you just said. What's the Jaff Memo?
What's the Jaff Memo?
Yeah, I don't
Nobody's read it?
No.
I find it's funny. Everybody wants to talk about globalism, but nobody knows what it is. Oda knows what it is. Liza knows what it is because he brought it up like 50 times.
He's the Planned Parenthood guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
read what's written in there. That's the problem.
But what about
if you want to talk about where the social issues came from, there is a direct correlation with feminism. A direct correlation.
But who created feminism?
Scummy men have always existed. That is 100% the truth.
We used to, like, when I say
we have a society that's so inverted. Has never existed before in history, unless, of course, you want to consider the Dark Ages, but that's on a baseline.
Black families, there were more black people married as a percentage before this whole feminism thing, before this whole sexual revolution thing, than there were white people married.
them a consideration.
Most of this, as a matter of fact.
I will say this. Okay, you may be right on that, and I'm not. Don't quote me on the numbers, but I will say that there is that at certain points in probably the last 25 years, the whole boss woman thing and having girls be super aggressive is super unattractive, and guys really don't like that. And that played a big factor too. Like, I'll be honest with you, like, an aggressive woman is like the most annoying thing in the world to me. A successful woman is great, but I'm talking about aggressive. And aggressive women are crazy.
I'm not sure aggressive is the right word.
Oh no! Oh! Let me tell you, I don't know how many Americans are. Let me tell you, I don't know if you know any. Every American woman in here knows exactly what I mean by an aggressive female. They know exactly what I mean.
I know what you're talking about here. Yeah, exactly. You're talking about that.
Yeah, confrontational women are a problem because
about the boss.
It's not even about them not knowing their place.
Disagreeable.
They are disagreeable on purpose, right? It's like they will find reasons to argue with you even when they're not to argue about, right?
Exactly.
It's a psyop.
They're extremely insecure, and I personally experienced this. Extremely insecure, got to be right all the time, cannot tolerate disagreement at all, got to fight about it, and not just have a little mild disagreement. You can have a conversation about why you don't agree on something. That's fine, right? Just be stoic about it. The way that they behave is that they need to fucking yell at you, scream at you, and then call you names, and it's like, it's intolerable. You can't live with something like that.
I think, I agree. And I think what happens is that sometimes people develop a complex, essentially, from having, like, low self-esteem at their core. And so they feel the need to overcompensate for that in their behavior. But it comes out as just, like, super egotistical, super self-centered. Just like unable to make room for other people because you think if you're not dominating every conversation that you're somehow being oppressed, and that's not exactly true. And so like I really think that some people should take a step back and think about like just how to interact with the people in their lives better.
Ironically, we actually ran into an exact example of exactly that a couple weeks ago, and I'm not going to even say any names, but we did.
I mean, we had a pretty good one this week, but I'm also not going to say any names.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just there's some times where it's just not really cool. But like I said, it is what it is. Like I don't blame anybody. I think I blame both sides. Like guys kind of secluded, and
you can blame both sides if all you want now, right? But the fact is, the people. It was the feminist movement and the sexual revolution that got us.
Does it matter if it was them?
Yes.
It doesn't matter?
Yes, it does.
Why?
Yes, it does.
It matters very much. Because what gets it started sets the tone for the entirety of the continuation.
I'm playing a devil's advocate here. I don't actually disagree with you. I'm just saying, why does it matter and how can we counter it? I mean, knowing that it's feminist, we can keep blaming feminists all we want.
Here's the only way to counter something like this with pretty much everything. You cannot sit both sides down. What you need to do is one side needs to come to a compromise and the other side needs to meet up with them. And that's never going to happen.
So how do we solve
it? I think that's
the problem. We can't solve it.
There's a serious problem.
We can't solve it because
I have one way, but I don't think that's gonna go over very well.
Exactly. There's one way.
The answer. There is a solution. There's one solution. There's one solution.
And it's not going to go well.
No, there's one specific solution that sounds very, very fucked up, but people are going to have to deal with it because it's a choice that each and every one of us has to make. You can reject the fundamentalist programming and all the other weird shit that everybody makes you think and think for yourself, or you will literally go extinct.
Yep.
That is literally what it is. If you look at birth rates across the planet, and you look at all of these societies that are supposedly so super advanced, they are experiencing the direct consequences of what they're pushing. And what they're pushing is something that leads to direct extinction of their civilization. When you have birth rates there where you can mathematically track that these people will not exist in 50 years, that's a problem.
So here's the thing. You cannot approach this as an individual, right? Because you have to think for yourself. If you're a listener and you're listening to this and you maybe have relationship problems, you cannot be hoping for society to reshape itself. That's not how it works. You have to.
No, society won't reshape itself. No. This is a fundamental. No. That's not what I stated. I said everybody is going to have to make a choice. What do you want in life? I would say that the majority will fail. That's the problem. Unless something else is being followed. Okay, hang on. Unless something. Hang on. Unless something fundamental is being pushed that is different than what is currently being pushed, there will not be any change, and change will not happen in any other way that is at all positive.
Okay. So,
you can't fix this.
To rephrase, right? I am not saying that. Okay, what I am saying is that yes, go find a better partner for yourself is good advice on an individual level. This is not something that works on a societal level. And what the issues that we're dealing with are societal level issues. Therefore, if you can yourself have a better life, but there are people that are not going to have better lives. And those are the societal issues. And if you don't fix those, you're not going to have a better society. You're going to continue having incels, you're going to continue having these boss bitch babes. You're going to continue having these issues.
Most are pretty mid.
Can I chime into this?
Well, I mean, I'll chime in. Hold on, I want to chime in on one thing. I will say this, for example, there is maybe 2 or 3 girls who I know that are wildly smart, wildly successful, and I do want them to be boss women and in every way, shape, or form, because they excel at what they do. Like, that is it. There's just no other reason besides that. They're smarter than any man that I know. They're smarter than any woman I know. That's just what it is. Like, but on the same note, they are they're grinders. They work 100 times harder than anybody else I know. Like, there's just what it is. But I don't want to see those aren't the females I'm talking about. I'm talking about aggressive females. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about girls that want to be successful and want to go start their own businesses and want to go be philanthropists and do their own thing. Like, that's completely fine. I'm talking about aggressive females that when you approach them and just say hi, they want to kill you.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Some people have clearly misunderstood what I'm saying.
No one's misunderstood.
Some people have misunderstood. Some people have misunderstood what I've said in my clearly in the comments.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I am not saying. I'm not
Yeah.
saying you as a woman can't be successful and also be a good person. That's not what I'm fucking saying. I am saying that there has been the average woman has gotten significantly worse, and you can argue the average man. But my argument is the average man has gotten worse because the average woman has gotten worse.
So my
as a result of the sexual
not
revolution.
to society, right? My message is not to the general woman or the general male. It is to individuals who are listening to me. You need to go out and do better for yourself. Don't worry about society. Just do better for yourself, right? And some people might say, "Oh, but that's so selfish." It's like,
But have standards. If you now are going to be a high value person and you're selling out for what is effectively a whore, then nothing is going to happen for you that is at all good, and your life is going to suck. You're going to hate your life.
Self-respect. You have to be a gentleman. You have to be a lady.
must be married to a whore.
It's better to be alone. It is better to be alone than to be subjected to the negative outcomes that something like that can bring you.
For sure. See, and that also is another piece. That's another piece. That's a piece.
There's more. And the men, what we always look at as an example, the symptom of a broken society is people then trying to get by in 2 directions. Either they stay alone and they find what they want and be successful at that. It takes them a very long time. Maybe they don't even get it within years, but maybe they do. While others go for the short-term solution and say, if the system is already fucked, maybe I shall just take advantage of that fucked system. They hit on everybody. They don't actually have any stable relationships of any kind. They just kind of go all over the place. They have nothing going for themselves. They'd be like, oh, hey, I'm in this relationship over here, or we're going to turn it into an open relationship. By the way, open relationships suck, and I'm sorry to say this, but it's basically mental illness. There is no such thing as an open relationship. It should not exist. There should be a relationship between two people, and that is it. You're supposed to exclusively bind each other. That's it. That is literally it. Sure, maybe it can work for some people. Maybe you can have multiple women. You know, it's what it is. Maybe you come up with your own arrangement, but it's not normal. Now, historically speaking, having multiple women is actually normal, which is ironic as it is, but it's not suitable for the type of culture, I think, that exists in the West.
Depends on,
you're going to have to make do with one.
It kind of depends on the individual. Again, you know, if you are a super successful person, say a male, and you have a wife, and you're dedicated to her emotionally and financially and so on, right? You rely on her. She's a rock. I think, personally, if, you know, if let's say two of you decide that you should be free to pursue having sex with other people, I think that should just be up to you. You know,
I don't know how I can't do that. I can't do that. I won't do that, bro. Let me just be real with you. If you actually
If you can't do that, then you can't do that. That's
bro.
fine.
If you
can do it.
Bro, if you actually talk to a girl that actually if you actually talk to a girl that's actually in love with you, bro, she's not gonna stop talking to you, bro. If you get into a relationship with if you get to two girls that are obsessed with you, bro, you're gonna fucking off yourself, bro.
Okay,
like, it's too much.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you want to go fuck around, right, and throughout history, successful men have had one wife that they're dedicated to, but they had mistresses. Mistresses of people they were not dedicated to. They had sex with them, and that was it.
Ask Napoleon about that.
Well, Napoleon's kind of an edge case. For the most part, most successful men do have mistresses. That's just a fact. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, the idea that men should be demonized for wanting to do this, for following their natural urges, I think that's a big problem. We need to understand where men are coming from, what our natural urges are, and placate that, right? We need to build a system around natural urges. Like, you can't, you know, create an artificial system that says, you know, monogamy means you be with this one woman, and, you know, it's fine to be monogamous, like emotionally monogamous, right, to be married to a person, but if you have fucking needs, then you have fucking needs, and society needs to fucking understand it, so demonizing it and forcing you
I gotta have an orgasm!
That doesn't work. That's why throughout
I gotta have an orgasm! I'm a man!
Okay, well, I have none, so obviously I'm not doing something right. Like, that's...
Hey, Jordy.
I'm not saying it's for everybody, right? I'm not saying it's for everybody. You know, for some people, you know, they want to be strictly monogamous.
Yeah, what's up? Check the message I sent in the X group chat.
But I think that, you know, society needs to be more open to allowing for such things. Because the idea that people should be confined to societal standards that are completely artificial does not work. Obviously, it doesn't work because you look at things now, how they're going. Population decline is a real problem, right? It wasn't a problem before, you know, when men had mistresses and they had kids with their mistresses, you know, it wasn't an issue back then.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, don't have to do it.
But I agree with Adrian too. Like, the one thing, like, when I would say, like, maybe about 10 years ago, like, particularly in my 20s, I literally was like, you know what? What's the point? It's easier to not go through the headache and the heartbreak versus just like putting my head down and like just working towards where I want to be. And doing that, yeah, you kind of miss out on some stuff, but like
this is a fun comment. This guy, Mitch Bushido, he said, I'm a current frightened incel working on being a gigachat. Bidenomics, Zuckerberg toxic products facilitating my inceliness. Ironically true, by the way, because if you look at something like Instagram, for instance, I would say that's also one of those things that has fundamentally contributed to our civilizational downfall, because what we're looking at is a completely unrealistic world. And you look at people there, and you're like, oh wow, look at all these beautiful pictures of people supposedly having fun. But in reality, all of that is fucking staged. You know, you're like one of those food influencers, you know, they eat this food, they like smile into a camera. You should see what their face looks like once the camera is off. They're fucking exhausted, they're tired, they're stressed, they're annoyed. There is nothing. It's just an illusion. That's why I don't use Instagram. That's why I think Instagram is fucking stupid. The whole consumerist industry is a fucking mistake. But, I mean, hey, it's what it is after all.
Consumerism.
No. Rampant consumerism.
I think it builds society. I think it makes.
I think at least 80% of all products that are just like these weird supplementary items should just be deleted from existence because they literally serve no fucking purpose other than to create waste.
Hey, it's capitalism.
And absorb money.
Who cares?
I care because we only have so much. We only have so many resources on the planet.
I don't think we
only have
we have a lot
so much of a.
I think we should be
so much of an environment.
We should be eating more of it. We should be using more electricity. We should be consuming much more than we are right now. I think that an age of
electricity is not the problem. Electricity is not the problem. These little tiny fancy gadgets and shit all made out of plastic are the problem.
Well, it's how we dispose of them that's the problem.
But nobody needs. Also, we don't need 15 different types of fucking smart devices that are all technically retarded. Whenever somebody sells you a smart device, it's not smart at all. It's actually retarded. Like, there's not even enough logic in the thing that's supposedly smart to even be smart at all. If your fucking Switch has the ability to run Doom, you fucked up.
That's over-engineered for one.
It's a fucking light switch. It doesn't have to be online.
Listen,
my light switches are online, okay? I don't care.
A Microsoft Word document running Doom.
That's cool.
That is acceptable. That is acceptable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My lights are definitely on the internet.
I like the fact that my fucking washing machine can play Doom. So
have they done Doom in Excel yet? I feel like
your washing machine also collects diagnostic data and sends about 11 gigabytes of that shit every month.
Doom in Excel. They've done Doom running on potatoes.
Literal potatoes, by the way.
They've done Doom on fridges. Doom on microwaves. Doom on calculators. Doom in an Excel sheet. Doom in a Word doc. Doom in a PDF.
Doom in a calculator.
Yeah, I already mentioned that.
So that's the thing. That's the thing. Some of those aren't that impressive.
So here's the thing, the reason it can run Doom is because they mass-produce the chips that are able to do that, and they're only using the chip for one thing, and you might say, oh, that's inefficient. Well, it'd be even more inefficient if they made a chip that only does one thing, so it's cheaper due to the economics of scale to even have a microchip that does all these things. Everybody can use it, it's super cheap, you might as well just use it. That's the reason why they're able to run Doom. They don't have to, but because those chips are so cheap that producing something simpler would not actually cut the cost. It's just cheaper to buy the more sophisticated chip. There's nothing wrong with it. You might be thinking, oh, isn't it more efficient? Well, no, it's not going to be more efficient to make a shittier chip.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with economies of
scale.
Yeah, exactly.
I love economics of scale, and people don't seem to understand it. They're like, oh, why do you have to make it so sophisticated? Why does it have to run Doom? Well, it's because the chip itself is so fucking cheap. You might as well just use it.
All right,
Yeah. Hold on. To touch on something that somebody said, I forget who said it. Yo, who went to a class that you had to go learn how to pick up women? Because
I think you said that. PUA thing. That was a trend in the 2000s. I was vocally opposed to it because it was definitely turning a lot of women against men. This is what a lot of men today talk about because they are so, they want to exalt themselves to blame. You see a lot of these manosphere guys, right? The PUA type, the red pill community, if you will. The red pill community actually built itself up in the PUA community. They're like an offshoot of it, right? A lot of them are the same people, very fucking good people, blaming women for everything. They made women the way they are today.
Do you remember the MAGTOW?
Yeah, I remember that. There was a response to it. They turned it into incels. The MAGTOW turned into incels. Yeah. It's like you have this community called PUA hate. That was the MAGTOW, the original MAGTOW movement. They're basically incels. They came from the PUA movement because they were disenfranchised, not disenfranchised, but rather disillusioned by the PUA community. Because the way that the PUA community worked is that you had a bunch of con artists, like The Game, right? The book was very popular in 2006. A lot of men read this and they thought, how can I game women, right? How can I play women and use them for sex? A lot of women got wise to it and they started responding accordingly because they see a guy trying to pick them up. They would respond accordingly because it's like 9 out of 10 chance back then that the hipster males, the ones who present themselves as male feminist allies, were actually using them for sex, right? They got wise to it and they responded accordingly. And then
PUA hate movement started showing up because they started to look at all these women and they realized that, PUAs were making them like women the way they are. And instead of directing their hatred towards the men who made the women this way, they started hating women. They're like, oh, we hate sluts. That's where slut hate came from. And then eventually slut hate turned into incels, right? You had incel.co. You had all these incel websites. Reddit had a huge incel community of brain cells and incels, like the incels. And these people, right, they instead of directing the hatred against the PUAs who made women this way, or like the women they dealt with anyway in their generation, they started hating women instead of the men who created this culture. Right? And that's why you have the incels today, which are like, the modern incel community, if you want to call it that, is simply built off of this misunderstanding of why women are, like modern women are the way they are, because they had this, they're being miseducated, being red pilled on women, right? They're woman pilled, if you will, right? This is where people like Fuentes come from. He talks about in the interview, I watch his shit. He talks about how he was woman pilled by the incel community. He probably calls himself an incel. So it's funny when some people call him an incel. They're like, well, what do you think of pure feminist? Women call themselves that, right? That's besides the point. Men today, like young men, specifically young men, need to, I'm fucking stuttering this down because I got fucking Zimmer off. Need to reevaluate the way that they look at the world and stop viewing things, from this weird lens that they think the world is working by. It's not, that's not reality. It's a simulation, right? So when you say you live in a simulation, they are literally living in a simulation. I recommend reading the book by Baudrillard, Simulacrum and Simulation. It tells you the society and our understanding of society is completely made up. It's fucking fiction, right? People need to understand this on a case-by-case basis, on an individual basis, I should say, where they actually examine what they know of the world and what they think they know of the world, Like, don't just go by what other people are saying. Actually look at their own relationships and realize why they're faltering. If it's coming from a perspective that is not their own, they should not be looking at it, honestly.
Can I give an advice to young men in the audience and young women at the same time?
I mean, AI might be just,
so two things. For young men, stay away from dating websites. Go out there. Be confident.
Dating websites are absolute garbage.
Absolutely. I agree with you, sir.
They poison you because the kind of people who dating websites kind of
When I was on dating websites, 80% of the time women would ask for dick pics. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, that's weird, right? And then you kind of, naturally form the assumption that all women are like
It's insane.
Yeah,
It's insane.
women are
It used to be the other way around. It used to be the other way around. Like, why? I didn't even know this until Outa mentioned it to me because I don't use dating apps because I always felt that they were a bit of a problem. Anyone's like met anyone on a dating websites, like, very suppressive.
And they don't believe me. I'm like, what the fuck?
Like the internet meme is usually if you're a girl on the internet, then because people who are on the internet are kind of fucked up because everybody is on the internet doesn't mean that the whole internet's fucked up. It's just that the fucked up people will seek you out. You'll get a bunch of weird stuff in your DMs, maybe even the occasional dick pic, right? So.
I mean,
we live in a world where people would demand this of you. That people would demand, like, oh, hey, just send a dick pic. I'm like, really? That's a thing? People do that on dating sites? No, that's fucking insane.
Bro, you wouldn't believe it, bro. You wouldn't believe it, bro. Some of the these big, like, huge influencers that, like, I know, like, in, like, IRL, like, bro, if you see the people that send, like, they send crazy shit to these females, bro, crazy shit, and that's why it's like when, like,
yeah, but the problem is it's asked. On a dating site. That's asked, and if you don't do it, you're weird.
Oh yeah, that's like definitely. I'm not. It's weird. It just is.
That's the problem. That's why I didn't do anything like that. That's why I don't do dating websites at all. I've looked at it and I've seen I kind of calculated the utility delta of using a dating site, and it has ended up in no gains whatsoever. Dating sites are very, very good for hookups, and that's about the extent of it. Right? They've even come up with certain types of terminologies, whether to kind of like there's like specific numbers that people put in their bios and such when they're in a dating app, which then designates whether or not they have an STD and various things like that, because people are more concerned with this kind of stuff, which you would be concerned with if you did hookups, than actually anything else. And, you should be concerned about this, as a matter of fact. People are fucking bros, man.
Adrian, I agree with you.
Don't interact with gross people, it fucks up your brain.
Yeah, you got no choice. That surrounds you the whole time. And
No, you have a choice.
porn is another one of those things that has definitely added to it.
Don't go to dating sites. Don't poison yourself with things you know are bad.
The problem is porn comes in many different. No, the problem is porn comes in many different. It has many different varieties to it, right? So there are certain parts of it where I think it's important to have it around for educational purposes. That's okay. But to have it around for there are these weird extremes that exist that are being pushed. There is nothing about that is at all valuable. This is just extremes put on for no reason whatsoever. And then if you go off of that, you're going to do some weird bullshit when you're interacting with someone on that level in real life. And it's going to be like, that person's going to be confused as hell because it doesn't actually feel good. It's just bullshit. People that understand that.
100%. Yeah. I don't understand where people lost, in between something happened where people, they were going out to a bar or establishment or whatever, and they were getting to meet people. You get to meet people or get to meet a woman or whatever.
COVID happened, bro. That's what literally COVID happened, and what ended up happening was the people who already adapted online were fine, and the people who went out all the time had to adapt to the nerd lifestyle, and they couldn't handle it, so they really got mad. And the people that really got mad, the tide started to shift, and now if you haven't realized, nerds are winning, on a crazy level. They've literally won three championships and going for a 4-peat. It's actually not even a joke.
The world now, that's actually kind of funny, because if you look at someone like this clueless individual, Steve Bannon, who calls people various derogatory names, even though ironically enough he uses technologies designed by people infinitely smarter than him. It's like, this individual says, oh wow, all these nerds, you forget where your place is. Normally there would be no such others. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. You don't understand what social Darwinism is. You don't understand that this is where things will always go. Have you never heard about the meek shall inherit the earth?
Yeah.
It's literally written into books. It's carved into the side of fucking time itself. It is what I like to call the prophetic perfect tense, which of course someone like that wouldn't understand, because you did have to think about these things intellectually. But you look at patterns in time and you realize, oh wow, this is how things usually go. That's right. How about a very specific group of individuals with a very interesting mind that have somehow made it so that every single system that they design is the thing that controls the world itself? And do you think that those people aren't going to end up on top at some point? It's the natural progression of things, that it's a good thing. And ironically enough, even after COVID, this is what I found was very funny. There was this status quo in society where there was a barrier to transition. COVID, for me, I think, was a great transitional movement in which many people who were resistant to join the internet and accept the new status quo didn't have a choice, because you had to join the internet and you had to fit in with that somehow, just like people before had to fit in with the physical world. And it was actually very interesting, because now for the first time, everybody at scale could see how all these people that were normally mimetically successful because they were physically active, how dumb they really were, which is actually kind of funny.
Yeah, that's how I think survival.
This is why things are a little different today. Today, we can have conversations like these, and these conversations are becoming exceedingly normal, because that is the way things are going to go. And the people that are able to do this, to be both a nerd and also to be physically active, are then the ones that shall inherit the earth. If you do not do this, if you do not do both, then you will get fucked. And this happens in either direction. If you're a nerd that can't get outside, if you're a nerd that cannot keep themselves in good physical shape and don't have an understanding of the world just enough to actually say court someone and be with them and actually have what is called a life, then you're fucked up. Same thing for the others. If you cannot be smart enough to actually interact with the world, you just kind of rely off the fact that you were some sort of cheerleader at some point. That's not going to work out for you anymore, because nobody cares. You do OnlyFans, right? You can exploit those nerds. That's the other paradigm, right? But that which will inherit the earth is that what has it together.
Adrian.
It's a very strange thing. It doesn't make any sense at the moment, but it's going to make a lot more sense.
It makes
in
perfect
about
sense.
5 years.
It makes perfect sense because that's exactly how. I'll be honest with you, that's exactly how it was, bro. Do you know how many times like during high school and all that shit, like, bro, I got bullied so much for being a nerd, and on the other side of it right now, bro, if I could show the difference, it's hilarious. It is hilarious. It's the funniest thing in the world to see on the other side of it. Like, thank God that I like didn't fall for the trap. Like, just pushed right through it. It didn't matter. The difference is that in the earlier ages, obviously girls want certain things. At the later stages, you become the prize. That's the difference.
And the problem fundamentally is, of course, the way that society is currently built up. You had at one point this interesting generation which was extremely hands-off, which has led to a very laid-back generation of people who then looked at what they did and realized, oh wow, as a kid I did so much fucked shit. Hey, do you remember this one time where I created this improvised firework that could have really done a lot of damage? We've got to make sure our kids never do this, for instance, as an example, right? And then they say, okay, we're going to be extremely hands-on, and then what results out of that is something like what the millennials are. Completely fucked over in every respect, not capable of living, not capable of understanding what freedom is, because they've never had it, not really. And that is largely the boomers' fault, because that's their measure, right? They didn't care. They just cared from the perspective of saying, okay, we have to prevent certain things from happening, so we're just going to take control. And our control is good because we've obviously made it, even though we're living at literally the best time economically. You didn't actually make anything really as much as you think you did. You just lived at one of the best times in human history. So cool for you, right? But the people that live today live at one of the worst times in human history, at least recent human history, not all of human history, by the way, because there were a lot worse days before this one. So when you take this into account, and what the fuck is this thing? Oh, baby, little.
You got enough?
Have we mentioned that Trump just rescinded affirmative action?
Nice.
Oh yeah.
I'm not boasting about it right now.
Another bug, Adrian?
Can I say something?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, we're doing the Asmongold over here.
Oh my god.
Now, granted, the bugs don't crawl on me, so occasionally you'll find one. It's like the first one I found in about 2 weeks. It just happens. It's just a thing.
By the way,
don't be afraid of the bugs.
Funny story, but growing up, I never had to hear any stories about my dad chasing any woman, because, and this is something that my mother confirmed actually. Like from the day, from my dad's childhood, apparently he had dozens of women fighting over him. He literally never had to talk to any woman that he didn't want to.
Yeah, this is another thing. So I think as well.
I mean, here's the thing, and I'll be honest with you. There's some men that just have it that good, right? But at the same time, bro, there's also those that they lack in other places, right? So just because they can get every damn woman doesn't mean they can get a fucking job.
That's where I was stopped right. I just forgot. I was about to finish what I was saying before I had to encounter the bug thing. Yeah. So with the way things are currently now set up, this kind of environment, then when you have young people, they're in schools, they have parents that themselves really don't know what the hell is going on half the time. They are raising them, kind of, but also kind of not. It's the technology and the system that's raising them more than anything else. Now you have a fundamentally dysfunctional group of people that is effectively raised by algorithms. Ironically enough, today's world, the majority is raised by not people, but by algorithms. That's your master right now. People are like, oh wow, we're gonna be subject to algorithm masters. I'm like, what do you mean we will? We already are. What do you mean we will? Are you so kawaii? What are you using?
Is literally crack for kids.
It's disgusting. I fucking hate Cocomelon. I hope that shit gets deleted from existence.
So it won't be deleted from existence, and parents need to do a better job parenting. They can't just be giving their kids an iPad and saying, "Hey, go watch whatever the fuck you want." You know,
Go watch YouTube. Exactly. It's not good for
I think the dopamine cartel is one cartel that's going to stay in operation for the next.
Oh, it's always going to stay in operation. It's just that you are done. You have to be stupid enough to buy into it.
A lot of parents are busy, or they think they're busy, and they want a lot of free time. They want to live as if they're not parents. And what they do is they see Cocomelon is very popular with kids because it's basically like crack to children. So they think, oh, what can I do to keep my kid occupied for the next 6 hours? Oh, I'm going to give him an iPad, and I'm going to put on Cocomelon and have him watch it. This is what parents
also in general, even YouTube Kids as a feature is nothing more than brain rot. Here's the thing, if you sit an adult in front of a TV screen, you haven't watched this shit, and they can't get anything useful from it, what the fuck do you think the kid's gonna get from it exactly? This weird way. Have you ever noticed that people are fundamentally incapable of actually speaking? It's because they have to watch this weird content as a kid, where people talk like this all the time, and it's really fucking annoying. You know, this kind of weird shit. You don't have to be so fucking hyper-expressive. What the fuck is that shit? It's annoying, and everybody speaks like this. How many times did you have to deal with a quote-unquote public speaker or moderator that spoke like this the entire time, just like the brain rot they consumed at age 15? Like, what the fuck is this shit? It's unbelievable. YouTube Kids and all that kind of weird stuff, it's not needed. And no matter how many behavioral psychologists, which is pseudoscience, by the way, how many of those people will tell you, oh, this is needed because the kid's going to function better? No. Bullshit, bull lie. You say this, but it's complete bullshit, because guess what? This hasn't existed before, and in the time period where it hasn't existed, people were a lot better off. Well, intellectually, anyways.
This is why.
Okay, so
let me make it.
And I never watched this shit as a kid either. And people still don't believe that I'm in my 20s. They think I'm in like my 40s or 30s or whatever it happens to be, because I just happen to speak a certain way. No, I speak a certain way because I didn't get impacted by
Elon's in his 20s now.
That everybody's forced into watching because they believe it's good for the kid. If it makes an adult feel like they're retarded, then it is retarded, and it's going to make this child turn into a retard, even though they're not.
It's kind of weird. I stopped watching television.
Teach critical thinking. Oh my god! Like, what do you mean you teach critical thinking? Just have them watch something that's logical.
I stopped watching television about 20 years ago, and actually 2006. And so, yeah, about 19, 20 years ago. And it's amazing when you talk to people who are, you can tell people who don't watch TV or don't really consume it very much, because it's like it's a completely different language. They speak in different ways. They think in different ways. Whereas people who watch a lot of television, particularly broadcast television, just repeat what they've been told. It is brain rot. It's like,
so here's what you need to do. You need to date a girl who doesn't watch TV. Who's never watched TV.
No, I'm married once, so, which is a
good. Yeah. Like that's what I mean. Like those are the key. Those are the women you want to look for, right?
Not your
TV though. There is also a lot of social media exposure outside of legacy media that messes with your brain.
Obviously, I mean, but you get what I'm saying. Though you want someone whose brain is not saturated by brain rot, and I know that can be a hard ask, but they do exist, and go find them. You'll be happy. Trust me.
It's really fun. It's really fun though to fuck with those people. And so when I was doing I moved back to America in 2017, and I had to go back to law school again to go get requalified as a lawyer here. And we were sitting in class once, and this guy, Justice Richard Palmer, who's the Supreme Court Chief Justice in Connecticut, came to deliver the class. And this was in 2017, as I said, 2017, 2018. And so he said, who do you find inspiring, right, to this group of law school students? And one hand went up, and this girl went, well, I find DeRay McKesson really inspire. Remember him? So, I find him really inspiring because, blah, blah, blah. And I'd never heard a word the guy had ever spoken. As far as I'm aware, he was just an activist. But anyway, she said that in front of me. So the judge goes, anyone else find anything inspiring? And I was just like, hand up. I said, who do you find inspiring? I said, I find Steve Bannon really inspiring. And, the whole room was gasped.
How is he inspiring? The guy looks so sloppy. Looks like he had a fucking
Doesn't matter. Finish the point.
Well, so the whole room just like gasped, right? And the point is to like just put it right in their face. You say something which is just like totally outside of their universe of acceptable opinion, and you just detonate it. It's just like, okay, fine, fuck it, let it go. And it's really, really entertaining to do. I think now it's like it's kind of old hat. So like back then it was just impossible to say something like that. And today we're seeing more and more of it.
Yeah, it's explosive back then, right? You had an unacceptable opinion. Now it's like, well, okay, you like Steve Bannon, big whoop, right? Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Steve Bannon, like, is a force to be reckoned with, especially on the conservative side. But here's my advice, and to everybody in this room. This conversation that we're having is what makes America phenomenal, because like literally every speaker.
We're not Americans.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that lives in America.
Yeah,
no, Preston and
Preston is kind of an American, but he's more British than American, really.
Yeah,
but yeah, he plays on both sides.
Like the extreme diversity of thoughts and the extent of the knowledge of every person here. That's what makes us a great society, to be honest with you. And I don't understand why not even more people actually joining this actual space, the conversation. Adrian, thank you for putting this together. I think more people should be joining this instead of joining some bullshit echo chamber spaces and stuff like that when we're actually having an extremely productive conversation.
The other thing, I think a thing to keep in mind is that this is only possible because X is based in the United States and it's exporting the First Amendment abroad, right? And that's something which, in the U.S., if you're a foreigner on U.S. servers, you have First Amendment rights as a general rule. And if you're a U.S. company on U.S. servers, you've got First Amendment rights. And if you want to defend those against a foreign country, there's nothing they're going to be able to do to penetrate. They'd have to basically invade the U.S. right in the final analysis, or they'll have to do an ISP level block of your domain. So like this platform and the liberalization of opinion, which has been permitted since it was taken over by Elon Musk in 2022, like the EU and all the censors and all the moderators and everyone who's trying to control the internet, there was just so much content on here being said by so many people that when they took the lid off, it was too much for them to try to control. I remember a time when they would get hyper granular about which accounts they wanted banned on which particular platforms, and they would coordinate. Who is they? A bunch of NGOs, probably people in the U.S. Department of State, in coordination with certain foreign actors, and they would pile pressure on a company that Chris Cantwell is one example. He's the crying Nazi from Charlottesville. There was a really focused and concerted effort to get that person unpersoned from the internet, to get Alex Jones
a nobody
from the internet, even when he was and Cantwell is a nobody, right? And they still beat anyone who platformed him over the head to try to.
He was a Fed too.
What's that?
He was a Fed as well.
Well, what did he pick that up when he was in federal prison, or was that afterwards?
I think it was in federal prison when he picked it up. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but like they were hyper granular, hyper targeted. They would do things like they would write stories, right, about content that was up on particular websites before the websites actually heard about the problem from the FBI. So what was happening is the FBI was leaking information to, or someone in the FBI was leaking information to, for example, a reporter who was then communicating with an NGO or entity like Graphica or the Stanford Internet Observatory, who would write a report, and then the subject website would hear about this content from law enforcement after they heard about it in the media, right? Which means that the media was being talked to by apparatuses in the state about this stuff. And so they were going around and just really like, almost like a gardener, just like pruning, trimming, like trying to keep all of the weeds in check, right, at all times. And they had the tools to do it because everyone was cooperating everywhere at the same time with these huge apparatuses. You know, trust and safety people, a lot of whom were ex-DOJ, all of whom know each other and, you know, roll in the same social circles. So it was this big groupthink of identical, people with identical thoughts and identical backgrounds and identical ideologies running this enormous censorship machine. And then Elon comes along and just blows it all up. Like, and we're just like, okay, fuck it, let that sink in. Let's just do this. And within 2 years, where are we now? We've got Trump in the White House. Zuckerberg's pulling down censorship. You know, I assume other companies like Apple and Google will follow.
Hopefully TikTok as well. I don't know if you guys know, but they actually held they sponsored a conference yesterday with conservative influencers and with people who have been banned for like multiple times for opening accounts there. So I think even TikTok is changing. That's really positive. I know people like to rag on TikTok, but they're doing the right thing now.
Disclaimer, my previous agency, they were responsible for downgrading and banning at least 15 accounts that I know of.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all.
I used to work for the Army Counterintelligence Command, and I was joint duty assignment with DIA. And by the way, Ian, you are one of the targets.
Wow. Really?
Yep.
No shit. What'd I do?
You ran your mouth, man. That's what you did.
That's fucking wild.
No,
that's not a surprise.
No, seriously, I'm not joking. You were part of the targets, out of the high, what they call them,
HVTs?
No, at the time we called them high value accounts.
Okay.
Yeah. And
surprisingly, I wasn't suspended from anywhere.
Yeah. And
did you guys see Starmer? Did you see Keir Starmer today? Running around. He says the UK faces a new terror threat. Quote, loners, misfits, young men in their bedroom accessing all manner of material online.
Yeah, I posted about that. Yeah, fucking clown.
Unreal.
It's like he's misdirecting, right? He doesn't want to address the elephant in the room, which are the grooming gangs, and he doesn't want to talk about that because it means losing his voter base. So he's creating a new target, and he's redirecting his counterterrorism efforts towards hunting incels. Now, I won't even deny that incels can be a problem. Many of them are, but he's only doing this because it's politically expedient to do so. He doesn't want to address the actual problem in the room.
Well, I mean, I noticed. I mean, there was no great national reckoning, when the Tiger was attacked in London, or when the London Bridge attacks happened, the first one and the second one, or when Manchester Arena was attacked during an Ariana Grande concert. There was no national reckoning for any of that. But no,
or the grooming gangs, or the grooming gangs, because he was responsible for that. It's so shitty.
The minute people start thinking the wrong things online, oh no! And did we also see? Have we talked about Olaf Scholz yet today?
No, we've not.
So Olaf Scholz is he's the Prime Minister of Germany, and he was giving a talk. I think it was either WEF or something like that. And he goes in English. He says, in Europe, of course, we have free speech. You can say anything you want, but what you are not allowed to do is express support for extreme right-wing ideas.
Yeah,
whenever someone from Europe wants to tell me or anyone else that they have free speech, they're lying to you. And they're actually ironically part of the problem, because you want to say anything that's remotely critical, you get fucking crucified, man. It's insane.
Man,
I should know. I am a German. There's a reason why I don't fucking live there.
Man,
like you want an excuse. You want to know why. I don't even care for the language much. at all. You'd probably want to know why exactly would someone like myself maximize English, because I'm disappointed. I'm exceedingly disappointed. And you can't voice your disappointment. Because if you do, you got various people with a very specific, unjust, and invalid opinion try to somehow limit and suppress and invalidate what you are saying. Right? That's Germany for you right there.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and it's even worse. They have insane animosity for one another. Your fellow man doesn't mean shit to any of them. And we're like, oh wow, how could you say this? I'm pretty sure a bunch of Germans will actually get very offended by this, but I'll tell you one thing right now. If you have a fucking neighbor and you have like these weird bullshit environmental laws, like there's a specific fucking bird or like there's this bug. Yes, they have this, by the way. If you accidentally kill a specific bug that is somehow, even though it's not supposed to be, on an endangered species list, even though it's a fucking pain in the ass, it should just fucking be eradicated in its entirety, but sure, it's on the endangered species list. If you accidentally fuck this thing up, your neighbor is going to rat you out for no fucking reason. It's a bug.
Yep. Bureaucracy.
But they will do this. They will do this because they have no honor. They have no morals. They have nothing.
Stasi mentality.
They made it.
It's stupid as fuck, man. There is no free speech in Germany. In Europe, there is none of that. There is no freedom of expression because as soon as you express yourself, many things are going to happen to you, one of which is going to be a crackdown on who you are. Society will shame you. Institutions will look at you differently. All this kind of stuff will happen to you.
And person you. Yeah, I know.
This is how it is. You want to say free speech? And who exactly defines what is radical? From any perspective, I'm a person who likes to be very centered to various opinions and movements effectively, right? Because I like to moderate these things. Which, of course, given the abstract beings we've had on the spaces for like the last couple months, I think directly proves my point. Right? You don't get like people who are far right and far left and put it together in the same space and you act as a fucking control rod so the whole thing doesn't go thermonuclear, right? It's insane. So if you can manage that, you probably have a very good understanding of both these sides. And I can tell you that if you sit in the center here, you take the position of the center, what I'm looking at is extreme. What these people think is not extreme is absolutely extreme. It's extreme far left. And anything that deviates from this left is then somehow extreme right, which it's not. It's the center.
Well, they've been in control for so long. They've been in control for so long, and they're in control in so many places, and they've been in control in those places for so long that like deviating from that is to them extreme, right? So if you go to a university and you say something like if you during the like asshole protests in Colombia or students occupying buildings, if you were a faculty member and you say something like, hey, don't be assholes and commit property crime, you get turfed out of the university, right? But like that's not the faculty member being strange, it's that the university is just way off base and they're not used to having anybody who can stand up to them and say no, because if you say no, you get punished. So like I sometimes I like kind of being in a position where I work for myself largely, where like you do your own thing, you're a specialist in one area, and like you're allowed to have opinions because you're an expert in one particular thing, and like you don't have to go work for IBM or something or Travelers or some other big faceless corporation where you're just a cog in the machine. You have to shut up, keep your head down, and prevent yourself from being noticed by HR. But like it's all of these HR like institutions or in all of these HR functions in big companies, big universities and elsewhere. And like it doesn't matter that like they basically their job is to maintain institutional order. And if the institution is mad, right, then you just turning around and saying something normal like, hey, maybe we shouldn't, break into buildings and occupy them, and maybe it's okay to discipline students that do that. That's problematic. Right, just because you're the one who's out of line, and so people are upset.
I spoke, a couple of weeks ago, Adrian, and I think I put that video out when I was in Germany with the AMD.
Yeah. And that's also an interesting thing. I think if we were to ever have a space where, Germans will come in. Actually, it's another thing. There are very few Germans on this platform because they just simply cannot take it. I think it's very difficult for many. They're also they're very habitual creatures as well. So, I mean, look, here's the thing. If your administration still uses a fucking fax machine to this day, it's a sign that maybe you should start moving on. Just a little bit. It's a sign. You're using a fax machine. I know this is crazy. I know this is a very crazy opinion to like voice that in today's modern age where I'm like having a conversation with almost thousands of people daily connected right now, that it's somehow crazy to not use a fucking fax machine anymore. You know, this inferior piece of dog shit technology that I'm so glad is useless and we don't have to use anymore. It's amazing that we don't have to use this piece of shit anymore.
Not to mention how many,
like, damn.
You forgot to mention how many Germans use Mastodon.
Can you imagine?
Oh, God.
A lot.
And,
Can you?
and I think that's just essential. They think that that's like a place where opinion is like, you know, fair. It's definitely not. You post the wrong thing, you instantly get ass fucked.
There's an issue with Germans using X on both the left and the right. The leftists use Mastodon because they think it's free speech for them, and it is for them. It is free speech. They don't allow right-wing voices on Mastodon on none of their instances. And on the right, they're extremely paranoid. So they use Telegram, which is fine, but nobody really interacts with anybody on Telegram. So they refuse to use X because they are under the impression that Elon Musk is a globalist. They don't believe when he is, you know, he's the good person that he is. They truly believe that he's a globalist because he is a billionaire. This is their view. It is quite patently insane, and they need to stop thinking like this. And fortunately, you know, at least Fidel,
not even globalists. No, not even globalists. That's not even correct. They don't have a problem with globalists. Specifically, what they do have a problem with is they have a problem with people who hold very specific positions, right? Specifically, positions that they believe. Now, it doesn't mean that it is that type of position. They believe to be right-wing positions, right? I mean, that's literally what the fuck.
No, I'm talking about right-wingers. I'm talking about the right-wing Germans.
Oh, the right-wing Germans. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. There you go. You definitely
like
clarified that exactly.
They're like super anti-vaccine, and you know, all they saw was that Elon took the vaccine, right? They look at that and they're like, oh my God, he's one of the globalists. Oh, you know, and that it's like,
you know, some people didn't have a choice to take the vaccine. Other people that didn't know any better.
Yeah, they don't get it, right?
Yeah.
So thankfully, you know, Max Kra and Els Fidel, they're using X, and they're imploring other Germans to do so as well, because X truly is a platform for free speech. And you know, if you're a German in the audience, and you know, obviously you're listening to this space, so you're German, and convince your friends to use X, right? That's the best thing you can do right now, is convince your friends that it is the place to be. And I understand that X in Germany is quite a different experience. There's a lot of censorship on it, and that's mostly because
X in Germany,
like European moderators.
The stuff that I see in the German echo chamber of X is really kind of stupid. There's nothing actually useful on there. It's kind of funny sometimes, but realistically, I mean, I think there is a bit of a shift that is coming and is already happening. The reason why I say this is because you had the official account for the German army it's like disabled their account here because of all the responses that were somewhat negative. I was like, I don't know. So your citizens are complaining about what you're doing, and you don't like the complaints. So instead of solving the problem, you just get rid of the channel of access. I can feel the free speech growing, man. I can feel the free speech growing so much. I can really feel it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's fucking free speech in the European. You have more free speech in various third world countries where people usually would say, oh, you don't. You have more free speech there than you do in that fucking place. That is insane, by the way.
You have more free speech in the third world countries because they don't have the advanced enforcement apparatus that Germany does. Like Germany has...
And even then, they don't care about the same issues either. You know, if I were to say go around in the country where I live right now, and I were to say a bunch of stuff against, let's say, homosexualism, right, or criticize some aspects of it, nobody would give a shit. They would agree with me, actually. They would love me for saying it, because it's a very fucking weird thing to have like a young person say, oh wow, you know, this guy actually still understands it. Now, I don't have anything against gay people, by the way. Many of my friends are in fact gay, and I like him, and it's all fine, it's all good, right? We're not going to make an issue out of it. What I do have an issue is with when people turn this into parades and try to force it on everyone. What used to be gay was actually pretty damn good. There used to be like the time where if you showed up at a parade and you were doing things that were really fucking weird, other people would call you out, those other people would in fact also be gays. That is the peak. That was the peak right there. That is something that can be accepted. That is something that I can accept. If you're gay, that's perfectly fine. You can do whatever you want in your life, and you can fuck whoever you want. It doesn't matter to you. Whatever your sexual orientation is, if you can function in society and you're to tear it apart, you may do whatever you want to yourself and with others. It doesn't matter. Okay, just as long as you leave me alone, you don't try to fuck me over, and you don't try to fuck over my children either. You do what you want, and it's perfectly fine. We can agree on that. We can shake hands on this. It's perfectly fine. That's why I love it. But I do get to criticize certain aspects of it, especially if you're trying to force stuff onto me that I don't want to have forced onto me, because I'm not forcing my opinions on you either. I'm not telling you to be straight, so you're not going to fucking tell me what to be either. It's a two-way street, motherfucker.
The same thing in the federal government until the Obama administration. They start putting that shit. They shoved it into our throats, and these assholes. They became like more of like a. It was like, oh my god, yeah. It was like, I'm this, that, and the other, and it became a style. The first Trump administration, they kind of those guys fizzled away. Then they came back in full throttle back in 2021, and Jesus Christ. Lord, help me and deliver me from all these craziness. They came back in full, like when I say full throttle, back in 2021, it was like we had classes, we call them CBTs, computer-based trainings. We had like literally tailored computer-based trainings on how to address the LGBTQ people.
Really? That's crazy.
It was.
I mean, I believe you.
Yeah, it was nuts. And I was trying to pull my Arab card. Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, you fuckers. Okay, yeah. You pull in all these brownie points, whatever, brownie cards, whatever. And it was like, let me pull up my fucking Arab card and try to get away from these some of these stupid trainings. And as soon as I put that in, and it was like, hey, this goes against my beliefs and stuff like that, and put me under the fucking radar. And that's basically what put me under the target. And they started going after me.
Of course.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, man. It was like it's fucking nuts. And I want to go back to a normalcy. I come from intelligence, special operations. I want to see lethality. I don't give a shit about what your background is. I don't give a shit what language you speak or what background you came from. Can you fucking collect intelligence? And can you kill fucking people? That's the two things I care about. I was like, can you collect intelligence and put it in an IIR or Finnish intelligence, Fintel, that's what we call it. And can you fucking pull the trigger and kill bad guys? That's the only two things I care about. And thank God we are going to go back to that normal.
Yeah, just banned DEI. Yeah, it's banned.
Yeah, no, they just banned affirmative action in all federal contracting and mandated that federal contractors all be colorblind and merit-based only. So like it's done. Affirmative action is finished. And basically the reason that all of these companies had to have DEI programs is because the federal government was like, listen, and affirmative action programs, because the federal government, in order to do business with them, right, had all of these compliance apparatus.
Yeah, they have to have that.
So you're a lawyer, so I'm gonna give you a couple things that you maybe need to actually work on. It is the race-based hiring practice, because there's a few things, not just in the federal government, actually in the civilian sector. When you apply, you get to a particular section, and you get to a point where it's like, are you Hispanic, Latino? And if you click yes, that gives you a couple of brownie points. And if you click no,
you're not allowed to do that. That's not allowed.
No. I can send you.
But he's basically, I think what he's trying to explain is that it's very specific selection systems, and that if you click certain options, then you get more points than if you clicked other options. Not that you should, in fact, click an option that doesn't apply to you. No, what he's just simply saying is that some options are favored more than others. That has no differentiate. That there's no reason for it other than the fact that they're different from each other, allegedly. So for affirmative action, I believe that's what you're trying to verbalize.
Yes, sir. Yes, Adrian. Yeah. So they still have these.
Yeah, I should definitely work in an intelligence agency.
They still have these categories. Yeah, Hispanic, Latino, white, black, Asian, blah blah blah. It was like that shit needs to be gutted away from.
Yeah, no race nonsense. Yeah, because the only reason you even have the racial identification in these systems is to facilitate affirmative action and DEI. You get rid of that, and then no longer will they be looking at it, because right now there's still going to be a bias if people are in HR. They're going to look at what race you are. They're going to look at your name or something. They're going to think, oh yeah, I'm going to hire this person because it'll make my company look good to have an Asian person here, or a black person, or an Indian, or Hispanic or Native American. They need to get rid of that. They need to do hiring based on merit alone, and that means looking at people on an individual basis rather than, oh, this person's of XYZ race. And this is not just a problem in intelligence agencies. This is a big problem as well in fucking retail of all places, right? Like, I got a friend in Minnesota. She works as a manager of a clothing store, and she just wants to hire the best people for her job, but she's not even allowed to do that. So she kind of tricks the system where her bosses, let's say she wants to hire someone, she gets a bunch of applicants, and they're all pretty decent, and they happen to be white and female, and the boss is like, nope, can't hire that person. They got to fill in the blank for being either a Muslim or a lesbian or trans or something, and so the easiest way that she gets around it is just by listing them as bisexual. That's it. Just kind of like a disability, right? That's the only way she can hire the people that she wants, which is fucking insane. You should not have to do that, right? That's silly. But because they want to fill quotas, like DEI quotas, they have an internal metric that they're going by. And so they hire only people of a certain class or race, and it's unacceptable. It's not merit-based. It's very unfair to people who are actually trying to apply for a job. And so more often than not, and this is true not just for retail, but for pretty much any business, like in Silicon Valley, they're particularly afflicted by this. It's like they will get 100 applicants who want to apply for a job, but they all happen to be white, male, or Asian and male, right? That is literally all you're going to have in Silicon Valley, because those are the people who got the degrees or who have the qualifications necessary to do a job. And they're like, nope, we can't hire any single one of these people. We got to find a black female. And so they'll be waiting for that application to come in, and it's never coming in. And so they don't fill these applications out. Nobody fills it in. And so as a result of that, the company is bereft of actual talent. It's fucking stupid. It needs to stop. And, what Trump did today is a step in the right direction, and hopefully, the rest of the industry follows suit.
By the way, Ross Ulbricht looks very different.
Oh, yeah, he's been in jail for a long time, so.
He's been to jail for
I think he looks actually pretty good for a guy who spent 11 years in federal prison.
That's what
They generally do. They work out.
Right.
You don't have much else to do.
I'm so
even though they shit, it's incredible.
I'm so happy about that. Like, it's been.
Can we free Roger Ver next? Because, the lawfare against him is fucking bullshit. 108 years to tax evasion or some nonsense. And it's not even, legit, right? It's a bullshit charge. They should free him.
Posted, I was long overdue for a haircut, so my friend did me a favor and trimmed my hair.
Nice.
Right.
Don't they have barbers in prison?
Yes, technically they do. They have a lot of things in prison that technically don't exist with the prison normally, but people are crafty. They don't think of things,
No, I mean, like, actually, they do have barbers in there, I'm pretty sure. Like, you can basically sign up for various work orders in prison, so if you go to jail, it'll be like, we have like 200 positions that need filling. You can either work in the laundry, or you can do like yard work, because they have you clean up the yard and plant trees and stuff, right? Or you can go outside for like visitations and stuff. Or they have like internal stuff like being a cook or a barber, things like that. And it's a good way to score brownie points in the jail itself. So like when you're appealing for parole, you can say, hey, I was a very good inmate. I worked as a prison barber. I cooked for people, and I did XYZ. This is my community work, and that reflects good on your resume, so to speak. So if you do go to prison, you want to be as a model of a prisoner as possible. I know it sucks, but for the most part, that's rehabilitation, right? And if prisons do in fact work, and sometimes they do, that's what you need to do. But unfortunately, a lot of prisons are just completely broken. And say what you will about the U.S. prison system, it is kind of shitty, but it's not the British prison system, because the British prison system, there was a report that came out last week from the Daily Mail. They did this expose on British prisons. They said that a lot of them are pretty run down. The inmates essentially run the prisons themselves. They deal drugs. They don't do anything that's rehabilitative. And the prison guards are people that they hire from overseas, notably Turkey. They don't have any experience. They're just looking for job experience in the UK. And what happens is they apply for a job in the UK, they get a prison job, they get assigned to it, and they bring their whole family, and they'll just be camped outside waiting for like a residence. It's insane. And keep in mind, Britain's unemployment rate is really high, but for some reason they're hiring outside work to go man the prisons, and these are quote unquote prison guards who have like about 2 weeks of training. It's insane. It's really, really stupid, and their system's just completely broken. The prisons run the jails, right? If you look at what British prisons look like, if you look for videos, they are uploading their own videos using contraband phones, and their jail cells are, if you're like a gangster out in the real world and you're serving, let's say, a 2-year sentence or something, your fucking cell is covered. It has a fucking TV in it, and not provided by the prison, mind you, smuggled in. A TV that's smuggled in with like computer access, internet access. All this stuff is like completely illegal, but nobody wants to crack down on it because they'll have a prison riot if they do that. It's actually really crazy. Britain's fucked up. So, when people say, hey, we need to jail all of the grooming gang members, yeah, they should. But at the same time, you got to fix the prison systems, because all you're doing is just sending these assholes from one place to another. You're not actually putting them in jail. They're not learning anything there.
So, my cousin, I have some family in England. Actually, I have a very so I have some family in England. My uncle left Iraq in 1973, and he went to England and for college, and he went to University of Manchester, I guess. He got married to a British lady. One of his sons, long story short, he got embedded with some gangs, I guess. I don't know the whole story, to be honest with you, but he was 14 years old, and he was indicted for a murder charge because I guess he was hanging out with some thugs, I guess, or some people like killed a guy. So he was implicated in that whole thing.
Great fucking story! Wow!
I believe he served 10 years and he got released on parole.
Yeah.
And I was talking to my uncle, and I was like, "Hey, how's my cousin doing?" By the way, I've never seen him. I've never seen my cousin.
Yeah, he's just a cousin. Yeah. So what happened then? What do you learn about him?
What I've learned about him is in the prison system, he got more radicalized in the Islamist ideology.
Oh yeah, because they don't bother to stop the radicalization of their inmates, right? Either they become white nationalists or they become Islamists. Like there's only two options there.
Yeah, so he became more radicalized in the Islamist ideology than anything else. And it was like, wow. I was like,
yeah, same thing happens in French prisons. You know, a lot of the terrorists that also like Belgian prisons as well. A lot of the Islamists who went and fought in Syria, right, against Assad and against the Americans as well, they were from European prisons. They were radicalized in there. They were not that before. I think the best movie that depicts this sort of radicalization in prison is the movie Four Lions. It's a satirical movie about jihadis. Come from from British prison, yeah, and then they just they turn into terrorists because they have no purpose in life, so they join Al Qaeda, yeah, and that is a fairly realistic depiction of how things are. I mean, I know it's a comedy, but it's based on reality, right? That does happen there, and it's funny because like a lot of satirical movies and plays and comedies, like shows, they're supposed to provoke the government into doing something to fix something that's clearly broken, right? But for some reason, the British have just, embraced this culture of basically silence, so they don't really talk about it. It's just a quiet shame that they just never bothered to fix, and this is endemic in every aspect of British society. Nobody wants to talk about the grooming gangs because that would require admitting that the system is broken. That would require admitting that hundreds of thousands of girls were raped, right? That would require admitting that their migrant policy just doesn't work. It has completely backfired on them. And the prison system clearly doesn't work, and that's not something they want to approach. They just think, oh, if we send a guy to prison, he'll be fixed. Clearly, that's the idea of it. That's how prisons are supposed to work. But much like Mexican prisons, when you go there, it's a whole different system. It's not, you're not really subject to any sort of rehabilitative measures. It's not a Norwegian prison. It's just more broken shit. And Britain as a society, as a whole society, is just a completely broken mess. I mean, it's run by an establishment that the only reason they are members of the establishment is due to heritage, due to legacy. They don't want to lose their positions. They're not like, in America, if something is broken, you clearly fix it, and it might suck for like 4 years or something, but it does ultimately get fixed. I mean, there was a judge who did the school to prison pipeline. He would sentence these young black boys, 12 years old, who, were truant in school, not really a crime, just truancy or something, sentenced them to jail, and he was doing it for profit. He was actually being bribed by the people who ran these jails to send prisoners there, and he populated them and turned them into like actual criminals, right? He went to jail for this, right? They charged him. When fans found out, they charged him for this, and all of the his convictions are overturned because 99% of them were just bullshit convictions of him making money off of sending kids to prison. That is America. It fixes things. America can be fixed. It has always been a culture of fixing things. Britain, unfortunately, is not like this. Britain just sweeps it under the rug. I mean, we had this conversation yesterday where we talked about how Jimmy Savile, the notorious predator, pedophile, and children's entertainer for 30 plus years. The BBC knew what he was up to, and they did nothing about it because it meant, that a lot of these people in charge would lose their positions, and they didn't want to rock the boat. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Even the people working under him knew he was a pedophile. His assistants knew he was a pedophile. He was grooming children. He was raping a lot of young girls that came onto his show, and no one wanted to talk about it, right? It was just culture of silence.
Everybody should talk about that. That's why we have these conversations.
And X is facilitating a lot of British people who have otherwise been silenced by their legacy media. We see a lot of British voices on maybe not on this stage in particular, but on X. They're speaking about this, right? And they do get visits from police. I've seen a number of the former victim, well, not former, but like the victims of these grooming gangs have been speaking up about their experiences. And guess what? The police visit them, and they won't even charge them. They won't even arrest them. They'll just say, hey, we noticed that you've been tweeting a number of things that may put you in danger. I mean, that's a fucking threat. They're trying to silence them, and they're not being silenced. They're refusing to be silenced, I should say. They are trying, the government's trying to silence them. It's not working. Yeah. And more people need to do this. More people in Britain need to speak the fuck up, stop this culture of silence, because it only enables, more victimization, more of the same old shit. And it's gotten to a point where the British economy is basically, it's just trash now, right? The rich people are leaving, and rightly so. And it's gotta collapse. It's gonna collapse, right? So if you're a British patriot and you love your country, or maybe you don't love the country the way that it is, but you want it to be better, then you do need to speak up. You do need to put your life on the line. Unfortunately, that's the only way you can do it. That's the only way you can have change, is to have a kind of a revolution, a vocal, a very non-kinetic but very verbal revolution, and that's what needs to happen. And failing that, you're gonna have a kinetic revolution. I mean, it's like the John F. Kennedy.
No. You can't say that. No.
I guess I can.
Kinetic revolutions, they never on the table. Kinetic revolutions.
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. Look, I'm quoting John F. Kennedy. If you cannot have a peaceful revolution, you're going to have a violent one. Like, I'm paraphrasing him, but that's literally, it's inevitable. I'm not saying that you should do it. I'm saying it's inevitable. It's going to happen, whether you like it or not, if you don't have a peaceful one. So it's in your interest, your very own personal interest, and the interest of your family, your society, to have a very peaceful revolution. Otherwise, a violent one is inevitable. It will happen, and then you'll only have yourself to blame for it.
So
don't silence me. I have to finish my sentence. I finished it. Yeah, I was just quoting JFK. So, I'm getting. I'm not advocating for violent revolutions. I'm advocating for a peaceful one. I'm just saying that if it doesn't happen peacefully, it's going to happen violently, whether you like it or not.
So here's my thing about that. I'm actually very worried about the West and the Islamists, because the fact that the Islamists actually control London.
Yeah, so the Islamists,
So the extremists, of course, right? I think there's a
not Islam itself. Islam itself is fine. Yeah, it's the Islamists, the kinds that would their activities would be prohibited anywhere else. Go to the Middle East and you can't pull that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so
these are the people who congregate in mosques and stuff, and they're not praying. They're actually advocating for total societal change, and not in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the stupid part is, Keir Starmer will say that the biggest threat to the British society is Islamophobia. Like, he's literally facilitating this. He's preventing people from even having the discussion about Islamists because they happen to be his voting base.
The West has no idea how dangerous the Islamists in the Western countries and how much they've been actually infiltrating the Western society.
institutions. Yeah, they're in schools.
Not just schools, dude. There's like it's everything between the caliphate, everything between the resurrection of the 12 imam of the Muslims. It goes deep, and their obligations as far as like the Islamists, their obligations like get everybody out there. Doesn't matter which Muslim ideology they fall under, with like a Muslim Shiite, Sunnis, or whatever. But at some point, the 12 imam that will come back and he will take over the world, and he will come back with Jesus. That's from the Shiite, and also some Sunnis scholars. Jesus is gonna come back with the 12 imam, and they're gonna rule the world.
Okay, talk about Shia Islam, right?
What's that?
You're talking about 12 Shia Islam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an extremist view of the world. Yeah, they have to bring about the end of the world to make that happen.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of the Iranian government.
Not just Iranian. It's the Iraqi Shiite. Not every Shiite. A few of them.
You know, back in when Iraq was run by Saddam Hussein, and he's not a great person by any means, at the very least, they had a Ba'athist party that kept these people at bay, right? They kept the extremists out of government. Unfortunately, the Americans overthrew them, didn't want to work with them, you know, and let Iraq turn into the way that it is right now. It's very unfortunate. Americans have this, not Americans today, right? Trump is pretty smart, but the Bush era Americans, they had this stupid view, this neoconservative, neoliberal view that if they were to just export American democracy worldwide, everybody would embrace it. They would embrace democratic American values. That just isn't the case. What they did was they created power vacuums. Obama was, I would say, the worst in this regard when he sparked the Arab Spring. Him and Victoria Nuland, they planned the whole thing out, got rid of all these quote-unquote dictators, these strongmen, and then, you know, allowed the power vacuum to, you know, just be filled by whoever the fuck had the most guns. And it just so happens to be militants. And that's why, certain part of the Middle East is kind of a mess right now as a result of that. And when, you know, prevailing wisdom from the Saudis, for example, says that, hey, we need to shut this down. We need to shut down these weird guys called the Houthis, which are not a race, by the way. It's just a cult, right? People like to think, oh, they're a race of people and being genocided. No.
The Houthis. Well, first of all, the Houthis is not a race.
Yeah, it's not right, but they think it is, right? A lot of people, they don't understand anything. They think Houthis, oh, there are people there, they're being oppressed. It's like, no, they're an extremist organization, just like Al-Qaeda is, right? And they think that the Saudis are oppressing them. No, that's also not true. You don't oppress Al-Qaeda, they're fucking terrorists. And that's what people don't understand, right? A lot of Americans thought, oh, we were just going to let these people run rampant. And Biden, you know, he didn't help. He took them off the terror list. What the fuck? You're bombing Americans and you're taking them off the terror list? You're trying to negotiate with them? Are you nuts? Like, so that's what he did. And, so, like I said, when the Saudis and, you know, UAE try to do something right with the region and keep these people under control, Americans are like, no, you can't do that. Like, it's like, you almost think that maybe, you know, Obama and Biden, they want instability in the region. Like, they don't want peace. It's so dumb.
Yeah,
thank God for Trump, man. Like, Trump gets it. The Abraham Accords, amazing. More of that, please.
Absolutely. Like literally, like, oh my God, how do I explain this? I started working with U.S. military back in 2003. I came to the United States back in 2010, October 2010. And I was watching the news, like CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC, and all that stuff. And I was like, and they were like reporting on overseas, and it was like, this shit doesn't add up. I was like, I just came back from over there. It was like, no. It was like, these people are fucking lying. Yeah. To everybody.
Yeah. They promoted the establishment's narrative, like with Afghanistan in particular, that I can think of it. So I'm just.
Afghanistan.
They're like, oh, the Northern Alliance are the good guys. They love democracy, you know.
Yeah.
But what they don't mention is that they're actually worse than the Taliban. They oppress people. They have slaves. They have boy rape slaves. You know, the whole Bakabazi thing. They just completely admitted that. Right? They hid it for years and years and years.
And it's worth considering.
And then you find out that soldiers are being fired for it.
It's also worth considering how those same situations created a lot of the migrants that are causing like the issues in the UK and elsewhere. You can kind of see the connections between the things.
So, by the way, guys,
This hot dog was a hint. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, and I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. The main difference between the please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, and I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
Where did they go? They went to the UK.
So this is me. We're vegans. We can't have real smoke coming into our. No, you're listening to our landlord. They don't want to try smoke. No, that is.
Yeah, they killed Gaddafi. Great job, guys.
I think is that some can in Afghanistan and Pakistan because there's a border that is like not super secure right between the two.
Yeah, it's not guarded.
It's incredibly crazy. That's like nobody's talking about that stuff. And
its impact on the West has been a disaster. Oh my God. And you can largely thank Merkel.
Oh my God. Yes.
Merkel, Gordon Brown, all these fucking people, man.
What the fiasco they did overseas, and they transferred that fiasco into the West from mass migration and everything else.
Yeah. Yeah, Gordon Brown's rule was a disaster, right? I mean, it's gotten to a point where you have Tony Blair, who is not a fantastic person, he's terrible, but you have him speaking out against it, right? He's like, it's gone too far, right? He's saying that Islamists are a problem in the UK. Like, he literally gave an interview recently where he said that. And no one seemed to have listened to it. You know, I'm thinking, okay, Tony Blair, the guy who's probably like partially responsible for the Afghanistan war and the Iraq war, is literally telling you that you should stop importing people, and no one's listening to that. You know, they're just listening to Starmer, who's a fucking lunatic, right? Who's like taken over the Labour Party, turned it this far left nonsense, and it's like, it's wow, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Shameful.
Oh yeah, boys. Did we end up getting every part of the last switchover to happen for the build?
Yeah, the switchover is completed. You have now the temporalis thing. Remember the teleport thing? So that's we should build a teleport now.
But everything else stays the same as it did before, right?
Yeah, exactly.
With any game.
Yeah, if you want to swap the chest, you can just swap the chest. You know, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because I need to swap the chest to the thing that's, you know.
Yeah, if you're like doing a boss skill, you can like swap the chest to just the DPS chest, and then if you're doing maps, you swap to the Temporalis chest. Basically, it's pretty simple.
Hey, Adrian, I'm gonna drop from my computer and join right back into my phone. If you guys be gracious enough to bring me back up to speak.
Yeah, we're also going to end this soon because I want to do some stuff in the live stream eventually, so.
Okay.
So in random post in 2020, Alexandria Occasional Cortex posted expand the court. She says expand the court. You know, I agree with that. Expand the court. Let's pack it with conservatives. Let's go. Let's fucking go. What a dummy.
Ocasio is literally insane. It's like, what even is this? You know when the whole Nazi thing came out?
Yeah.
There's an angle of what, oh my god, how controversial, complete bullshit. And you had this person trying to explain how the ADL's assessment was wrong. Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the ADL, of course, big, GG move from their side, of course, very good move. They basically stated the obvious of what was effectively true. It's a misinterpreted thing. It's not what people say that it is. Few delusional people say that it is. And that's it, right? That was to kind of paraphrase what their take was. And then she, of course, posted that statement from the ADL, Ocasio Cortez, and then tried to somehow explain how it was in fact a Nazi thing. And I'm thinking to myself, I actually wanted to make a meme out of this, but I thought it was kind of funny to think about. I said, everybody be silent. Silence. The bartender is speaking. The bartender wants to tell everyone how the ADL is wrong about examining what exactly anti-Semitism is or what it not is. Sure.
I don't know what fucking qualifications she thinks she has that she can Jew-splain the ADL,
I know, right? It's absolutely insane.
Like, she's acting like she's more Jewish than them, and it's like, no, you are actually an anti-Semite, AOC. Like, you have supported the destruction of Israeli homeland, the Jewish homeland. What are you doing? And now you're, telling them what a Nazi is, really? You, of all people, who have, stood shoulder to shoulder with people who have actually given the actual Sieg Heil? Really? You're going to tell people what a Nazi is. So your buddies who are all, anti-Jew, they're fine, right? No, they're totally not anti-Semites. But Elon Musk, a friend of the Jews, man is very openly Jewish. I mean, openly friendly to the Jews and openly supportive of them. Oh, he's the real anti-Semite. Okay. And, I saw this horrible tweet from Hassan Piper, right, where he was quote tweeting Elon Musk. Elon said, so I might be the first person to both a Nazi and a Zionist, ha ha ha. And, Hassan, quote tweets it and is like, yes. Like, what? What delusional fucking planet do you live on where a Jew is a Nazi? And we're not talking self-hating Jews here. They literally believe the Jews are the actual Nazis. This is how deranged people on the far left are. They actually think the Jews are Nazis. That is just next level. So if the Jews are Nazis, then who are the real victims anyway? It's such a disgrace. To try to think about the way that they think will give you a headache.
Yeah. And it's fucked up, even now, so more than ever, it's very, very difficult because people are going to believe whatever they want to believe. And, it's you will find instances of blatant untruths being spread, and ironically enough here on X, this is a place where you have a lot of free speech. People will make these takes which are absolutely delusional, and you're allowed to make them, but the comments will of course criticize you, and that's fine. It's a good thing, actually. So that's what I like about this platform so much, is that people can make delusional takes, and that there's people on here who then get to voice their opinions on that take. Look at something like Reddit, for instance. Any dissenting opinion of any kind, be it valid or invalid, is censored if it doesn't so happen to agree with the moderator's twisted worldview. So, like, even the comparison images where other people also wave their arms into the air. That you cannot post on Reddit. They'll ban you for it. So that's incredible. Yeah, and you can say a lot of things on it. Like I really like X because there is a lot of things that you can say on here. Not that you should say them, because I think a lot of them are very stupid, but you can say them, and people will roast you for it, and rightfully so. That you can't say on other platforms, even on TikTok. There's various things that you cannot say because you'll literally just get fucking banned for it. Mm-hmm. I see some crazy shit on here. It's that's a good thing. It's a good sign that there's crazy shit on here sometimes. I think that's an amazing thing because it really shows you that there is really free speech. It doesn't normally get the most reach, even though technically some of the insane stuff that's being said, like especially when people are complaining about censorship, it's like, oh my god, I feel like I'm so censored, I'm so this, I'm so that. I'm like, you literally get 1.6 million impressions on your fucking post. You want to tell me that you're censored? You want to tell me that you're censored? Or the person who gets like fucking 20k impressions in like 30 minutes on their post wants to say that they are censored? Sure. They got millions of followers, and they get like 20k impressions on a post that they made 30 minutes ago. They get like more impressions than most other people do. That's insane. With the same follower count.
They do, yeah. And the worst part is they feel like they're entitled to payments. Mm-hmm. They act as if they are entitled to a fucking payout, even though they agree to the terms of service that says that X can, for any reason whatsoever, without providing you with a reason, can terminate your ability to be monetized because they don't want you to be paid. And that's the terms of service. You agreed to it. You may think it's unfair, but you fucking agreed to it. So I don't understand how these people feel like they're entitled to Elon Musk's money. They can post for free. Freedom of speech is not equal to freedom of reach. It is not a difficult concept to understand. If I'm speaking, I'm happy to be able to speak. I'm not being prevented from speaking. I can speak freely, but I should not expect to be paid for it.
We've got a gigantic government bureaucracy.
That is a bonus.
Overregulation. You've got agencies that have overlapping.
So it's absurd. They're like, oh, well, he's suppressing us by not giving us, the money that we asked for. It's like, well, I didn't realize that you were like entitled to a payment. There's nothing in the agreement that says you're entitled to a payment. So what the fuck are you talking about?
We need to let the builders of America vote.
Yeah.
So you're not going to the gulag.
Dude, what's also a bit of a mess is, okay, I want to have more game on X, and I explain there is one way to do it if you just more actively post, and if there's a lot of replies under what you have, specifically verified replies, then you're going to get a higher payout. That is simply how it works. Now, that doesn't mean that you should post things that maximize engagement. You should post things that are genuinely valuable. This is what most people don't understand. They then begin to farm, and then the farm works for a little bit, but then the system is optimized to counter the farm, and then all of a sudden that vanishes, and then they complain about how there isn't any money anymore. It's like, my dude, you used a bug in the system to basically gain a reward that you would have naturally never gotten, and then you complain when there is a correction, even though that's how it should have been the entire time. So, like, yeah. And then you're making it hard for yourself as well. Be like, oh, well, but, they want to post differently than this and differently than that. I'm like, dude, you have a massive fucking platform. You could simply choose to have, like, maybe even another person to help you out with a posting specifically. And then you could take elements of, I don't know, your stream or something like that, and then just put it out there. And it's very good, especially for, like, a video first platform. By the way, this is a request for the audience and anybody else who's listening. I need someone who can make schizo edits. I don't mean Nazi schizo edits. I don't want that kind of shit, okay? No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. But I want someone who is a very skilled editor to basically take moments out of our spaces and various other things and then turn it into like one of those based edits, like what you normally find on TikTok and whatnot. And you can post it on here. We'll like repost it and everything. I actually just want people to create cool content. So if you want to do that, hit me up and I want to talk to you and see what you can do. Yeah. We're trying to maximize clipping. The more people clip our stuff, the better. There's already 2 people that are doing it.
User minutes.
Yes. There's like 2 people that are already clipping, which I found very nice. But we need people who do edits now. We have clips, but we need edits. That's what we really need right now.
I think, Adrian, what you can do to facilitate this is to provide an example of the kind of edit you'd like to see.
That's going to be a bit difficult, by the way.
We'll find one that doesn't have a fucking black sun rotating in the background.
Yeah, no, that's not good. It's not good. I mean, the meme, it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Holy shit.
Go to YouTube and just type in, Sigma edit or something. I'm sure you can find.
There's like this thing where there's like this thing where they have like this white text setup that pops up on top, and there's like a specific visual effect that makes it kind of pop out a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like these edits that have been going around. That's what I need right now. Like the Dexter edits, the same thing. But there's many different edits. Yes.
American Psycho edits.
Yes, we need we need American Psycho edits. We need
We have like funk music playing in the background.
Yes, whenever we like drop with lyrics.
Somebody says something like really bass, and then it just skips to the music, and the beat drops, and goes boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, some shit like that.
Yeah. Seen some Elon Musk edits, not super high quality, but it's in the same style.
Yes, yeah. And we'll it's a great thing for you as well, because if you want to say grow your platform here, and you provide things like this, that's amazing, because then you promote you. Yeah, exactly. I'll just like promote you.
Do one of me, and I'll promote you. Yeah.
We got a show here, and we desperately need people to make edits of what we're saying here, stuff that's really, really based, real curation. And if you happen to find good things that we're actually posting out there, then you can repost that, find good takes, and then we'll because that's what we're looking for ourselves as well. There's actually a few that are doing this. My friend is doing this here. Blai's doing it. There's another guy who is it's called Rex Spaces, who's actually created a tool where our spaces are actually available in recording form. So that's pretty cool. So if people want to get access to a specific piece of information, they can also do it that way. It works very well. Those spaces are all recorded. They're not recorded publicly here, but they're recorded there. So you can actually take stuff out there. I would actually take my spaces and publish them directly. It's just certain elements of the spaces that I don't kind of want, because it's a very raw format. So stuff needs to be edited and sanitized and whatnot. Yeah, this for moderation.
It wouldn't be enjoyable to sit through 2 minutes of dead air.
Exactly. Yeah. It's great live. We're doing it live. It's nice when it's live, but
Yeah, because when you're listening to it live, you're probably doing something else at the same time.
Exactly.
I'm sure some of you are cooking or cleaning your house or something, maybe working out. So it's nice to just tune in. I mean, I do this with spaces all the time. I just sit there anonymously and listen, right? But if you're watching a show on YouTube, you kind of want to be seated somewhere, and sure, you have it playing in the background.
That's the one. Fucking Thomas Shelby edits, shit like that. Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
Yeah, pin it up at the top. Stuff like this, for instance, similar to this actually. This guy gets it. Yeah, something like that. Not exactly like that, but something like that from the format perspective. You don't have to have that much afterwards as well, because that's a little bit overdone, I think. But it kind of gives you the general idea of what we're going for. We're looking for an ending that's a little shorter than that, because it's a little bit too much. It's overdone in this case. But it's an example of kind of a format. But then again, people can also make skits of it. It's taking together what we have said over the year, like the most based takes of somebody who can actually put that together. So yeah. And look, at the end of the day, if you can produce cool shit and it's awesome and it's nice, send me examples. Like, if you can do this, if you think you actually know what you're doing, send me examples. I will look at it. Like, don't tell me you can do it. Show me that you can do it. Okay? I need examples, always. Okay, let's see what else is there. Yikes.
This is a TV show, this movie called Running Point. And it was predicated on Kamala Harris being president. It's coming out on February 27th and did not age well.
What's this shit? Have you ever seen snakes? Have you ever seen snakes fight each other?
No. I've seen them eat each other, but never fight, no.
Snakes are pretty brutal. Oh yeah, they're super primal, instinctual creatures, so they're just gonna eat each other. Snakes will be snakes. This is funny. I'm gonna keep that posted later. I got a bunch of memes I'm gonna post later. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. We already know that there's gonna be a Joe Rogan podcast with what's his face?
Ross.
Yeah. Absolutely.
For sure.
There absolutely is going to, there 100% has to be a podcast with him, Joe Rogan podcast with that guy. It's gonna be great. It's Ross Ulbricht.
Quite a story, yeah.
Those internet videos are going to be insane. A lot of the essayists, YouTube essayists are going to come out. You know, I know one of them. I know one of the YouTube essayists. They publish downfalls on people. I'm gonna message this guy after this and ask him, hey man, you want to actually publish some of your content to X? I'd have to convince him somehow. Bingo! I figured it out. Yeah, I think I might have a working thingy. Yeah. Oh my god. These edits are insane. You know, my favorites are the Ryan Gosling autism edits.
Oh yeah, they're hilarious.
Oh hey, check this out. I'm gonna send you guys something in the chats. Or let me find it. Oh fuck! It's the wrong phone. I'm gonna have to transfer the apps to this one. Because this one has the bigger battery. It's a chunky one. I've been letting this one run for quite a while now. It's incredible, actually. Just testing it out. Figuring it out. You know how it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, is it too soon to say this, or is this just right? But I think OpenAI is kind of cooked.
I think they're getting that feeling.
I know people want to say, oh, well, they're going to be acquired by this, acquired by that. I'm like, dude, if anyone's going to acquire them, it's going to be...
Doesn't matter. Talent's not there.
It's like...
Talent's not there.
I want to quote post this thing and say, I think OpenAI is cooked.
I think that SoftBank is making a huge mistake here. Yeah.
OpenAI? Yeah, they are.
They're making a massive mistake here. And I think this is...
Microsoft is going
I think this is going to be a massive nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's kind of cooked.
The question is, where the fuck are they even getting
that mean that they are calculating this off as well as its own type of funding? Because that's what you could technically do. I've seen what charities do. Charities do this trick sometimes, by the way. If you ever see like a charity that says, oh, we've donated X amount of money, let's say, for instance, there's a charity that says, we have donated 500 million. We'll do this, but I say that charities do this quite a lot more than people would actually care to know or even admit that to know. It's like this. Let's say I make a charity donation, right? You can donate not just in money, but in resources. So let's say hypothetically, I donate $500 million worth of wheelchairs. Now I can either have the wheelchairs priced at a normal rate, or I can charge $20,000 per wheelchair. Do you see what's happening here? I can now basically get a bunch of wheelchairs there. It's going to cost me a fraction of the 500 million or whatever else I'm also donating. But if the price is inflated, it basically makes it look as if I'm donating this much, because the way that the assets are calculated, because the inflated price makes it look as though I'm donating this much in terms of resources, thereby potential value, and thereby the money is what I stated to be 500 million. Make sense? It's a very disgusting trick, by the way. It's a very disgusting trick. Is this fraud? Is that fraud?
How much money are we talking about, though? How much cash?
See, that's the thing. I don't fucking know. I don't know how much cash there is.
How much greed are we talking about?
So it says deploying. So the verbiage is we will begin deploying 100 billion immediately. From what?
Well, $100 billion.
Cash. That's actual cash. That $100 billion is actual cash.
Yes, so from what is that?
Okay, so SoftBank already has $100 billion worth of shit because they can raise them pretty easily.
And Elon said SoftBank has well under 10 billion secured. I have that on good authority. That's what Elon said just now.
Yeah, but they have 100 billion total raised over several.
I know. I don't know where that shit's coming from.
Yeah, that's coming from Saudis. That's coming from Apple. That's coming from a bunch of other entities, right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so they raised $100 billion, which they put into what was that failing project called? What was that fucking failing project called? WeWork.
Oh God, yeah.
They put it into a shit ton of failing companies, and Uber. They managed to make some money back from Uber, and then they basically degened into Tesla options. They made all of their losses back from Tesla options. And so I think they have a decent chunk of money now, which they would be able to deploy from their previous ventures. By the way, this is actually a pretty funny story of when SoftBank completely fucking degened to Tesla options. This is actually one of the major reasons why Tesla exploded in price. It's actually a pretty funny story because it actually broke fucking options markets, and they actually got like a lot of financial journalists to look into who was buying all these Tesla options, and it was all SoftBank.
That's funny. Wow, that's funny. You know, it's interesting looking at spaces that I've had like a year ago or so, and comparing it to what is today. My speech has greatly improved. It's amazing. Before, I used to have more apprehension, which was a bit of a problem. Should get the point across more effectively. One of the great problems with space, especially if you are going to share the stage with other people, not here. Here it's relatively dynamic. Is that everybody has like the 2-minute allotted time for speaking, and they don't actually know what the fuck they're saying. They get caught up in their own words and they repeat what somebody else has said, so that they can get their air time and just kind of rely off of somebody else's failing context window. So if you're like, don't stick, and you're not able to force your way into the system and stay there and be persistent force, then you're gonna get fucked on a stage like that. So having done that a lot has kind of changed the way that I speak. Like there's a lot more force behind how I speak. I'm also able to use my voice a lot more effectively now, meaning that get better breath work, so you can speak better and have your voice be more fully formed. You know what I'm saying? Professionally yapping over here.
Yeah. But I notice the thing that you tend to do is you sometimes cut people off before they finish the sentence.
Yes, sometimes I have to do that. Sometimes I have to do that. I'm like community notes, IRL. It's like.
Yeah, but the problem is that you interrupted me earlier.
I know. I had to do it. Just like be honest.
You interrupted me way too early before I was able to complete.
Oh yeah, I know.
The context is so important.
I know.
Yeah, because like if I let you interrupt me, if I let you not let me finish my sentence, then it would have painted me as if I wanted a violent revolution, which is not at all what I want.
Right.
So yeah, it was very necessary for me to basically force myself into not making you not interrupt me.
Right.
So.
Oh yeah, that kind of happens to me sometimes as well, where I'm making my point and I get cut off in the middle, and I know if I don't finish my point, I'm gonna sound like a complete dumbass.
Yeah.
Yep. In my case, I would sound genocidal, which is not intended. It's so necessary to have context. I love my dishwasher. It's so effective. You know how sometimes when you have a shitty dishwasher, I don't know if you've used them a lot, but if you have a shitty one, it leaves like stains, or you have to wash it again afterwards, like manually. Yeah, don't have to do that with these new ones. They're very efficient.
I don't have a dishwasher at my house, and it's horrible. I have to wash it by hand.
Yeah, you should get one.
Like a peasant.
I used to wash them by hand.
That ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000.
I understand where Adrian's coming from. He can't really use one because, solar power and all.
Follows through and starts doing, operations.
But if you live in a place that doesn't use solar power, then you probably should get a dishwasher.
I wonder if there's a way to make them a lot more energy efficient.
I don't really go into the city stuff.
Yes, use an interesting thing that the human can do, and that's hold your hands, and it's like this amazing, flash robotic thing that allows you to mechanically engage with the dishes in such a way as to basically wash them without the need for electricity, because you just consume a bunch of resources that manufacturers your own.
God, Adrian's calling me out for being lazy.
Obviously, way you can only do that.
We're lazy because it's efficient.
No. I can't. Look, here's my problem. I'm gonna rinse the fucking dishes. Okay, so it means I'm doing the work anyways, and I put the fucking dishes into the thing. Okay.
Why do you have to rinse them?
Because otherwise there are too many chunks on it. Well, suppose you got that super expensive dishwasher that consumes even more energy and more water.
I got a super expensive dishwasher. We don't need to rinse anything. Yeah, no, you just toss everything in. Yeah, no, it's actually pretty energy efficient. You don't have to do any rinsing before or after. Doesn't leave any weird stains, none of that. And there's also a garbage collection thing down there. So, the only thing you need to do is just empty your dishes. Don't put a gigantic chunk of meat in there. It's not going to work, right? Just empty your dishes in the garbage bin and then put it in there. It doesn't matter if it's got rice or gravy. It doesn't matter. It's small. It's fine. And then we'll handle it.
If it's a more advanced wall, then there's a bit of an argument. It's still going to consume a lot of energy, especially for someone like me. It makes more sense to wash it manually. And it's a small amount. It's not a large amount. Look, honestly, I have when I'm doing something. Here's what I get dirty. I get one cutting board. For fuck's sake. Okay. One cutting board, one fork, one knife, one bowl, one pan. That's it. That's all I got there. Yeah, that's all I could do for cooking here. And if I have somebody else, that's an additional set of dishes, but that's it. That's not much. That's the whole cooking process, by the way. And I use it in such a way to basically max optimize like the amount of washing I do. So I basically do most of the washing. Because I don't want to wash up. It's fucking annoying. It's an inefficient thing. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of things in life. I don't like eating. I don't like sleeping either. I don't like shitting. I don't like peeing. I don't like any of those things. I like using my brain.
By the way, do you guys remember Pal World, the Pokemon slavery game?
Yeah, the Pokemon knockoff.
Pokemon slavery game, yeah. Apparently, someone decided to revisit it, and they found out that you can't throw the spheres to let out your pals anymore.
Yeah, because Nintendo.
Yeah, now the pals just spawn beside you, so you can't do. So you can't do things like throw the pal at the opposite side of a boss to avoid the opening attack or a better position.
That's so stupid. They should replace it with some other throwing mechanic.
I'm sure
like,
Nintendo.
Maybe don't throw it instead.
I'm sure Nintendo would get in the way.
What if they could just target it or something instead of throwing it? Just have it spawn there like a portal. That would work. Because no Nintendo game has that. I think that would work. I mean, what can Nintendo argue that they came up with the idea of monsters spawning beside you? No. Literally every game has that. So if you could just have a targeting system that lets you decide on the spot where to spawn a thing, I think that would be a pretty good workaround.
I think at this point the solution is just to buy Nintendo and stop them from suing everyone.
Yeah. And good luck. They have a
any billionaires want to help me out here?
I don't think Sony could even afford that.
Probably not. No.
You should do that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, extremely rich. I mean, if you saw how much money they made in the 90s.
Yeah, but they're
we'll do the other way around.
That much right
we
now.
Get them to embrace. Like, here's what we do: we get them to embrace the woke ideology a lot more. Wait until they become bankrupt, then we make our move.
But then it wouldn't be worth anything.
No, it will be worth something.
So you're killing a golden goose by making it woke.
No. You can bring that back. You can bring that back 100%. You can bring stuff like that back. The brand is still incredible. Unless you're doing some bullshit like
he would never have it. He'd be like, he would take a gun and he would shoot you before he would let that happen.
Yeah, but even if you were to, you can definitely bring that brand back even after you committed what is effectively ransomware.
Nintendo's worth $70 billion.
Yeah, no, that's not going to be possible.
Yeah, they're worth a lot.
Huh?
They would sell though. They wouldn't sell.
No.
I mean, it's a public company, so you could pretty much buy anything.
You could probably get a large percentage of it, so that's true. Yeah.
I don't think you could get away with it because a lot of them are pretty tight with the Japanese government, and they would literally say, "No, you can't let this happen," and the Japanese government would just step in. And
I think at this point, the Japanese government would want any type of cash infusion into their companies.
No, not like this. Like they would not let that be sold. It's for them. It's a matter of pride, national pride, to have Nintendo, and they don't want it to be owned by foreigners.
If that's the case, I'm not surprised that they're kind of dying as a country right now.
Yeah, they're like that. I mean, keep in mind, this is a country that has literally kind of wasted money to force Japanese companies that were spending money in China on equipment and manufacturing, and said, hey, we're going to actually pay you more to make stuff here at a loss, to themselves, to the government itself, and not to the company. The company is whatever, they'll absorb it. But yeah, no, Japan doesn't want foreigners to be owning its companies. They're really against that. Which, I mean, it's good in a sense.
I'm not sure about that.
Staying warm. I mean, it doesn't really make financial sense, but for them, it's more than just making financial sense. They don't always make.
Yeah, but you're not in the luxurious position to not have those decisions being made.
Doesn't matter. I mean, and keep in mind, this is a kind of country where it's airlines. So Japan Airlines, not great, right? But in 2008, when that whole thing happened and a lot of companies are shutting down, the CEO, he fucking fired himself.
You're like, I take full responsibility and fired myself, even though it wasn't actually his fault. It wasn't even his fault, but he took responsibility. This is the culture we're talking about. They're very different people. They think differently. I'm not saying that in a bad way, by the way. I mean that like a really good way.
Yeah,
I respect that.
I
It's like,
respect,
holy crap,
I
these guys
respect
are
that to
principles.
some extent as well, but you're completely fucking your country. Like Japanese culture, so Japanese culture works amazingly when you have a proper demographic, right? Because the minority of the country is old people, right? And old people are respected, and the old people are kind of giving wisdom to the younger generation, right? And they're giving humility and all of these things, right? And as a result, they kind of suck up more of the resources of the country, but that's okay because they're preserving the culture and they're preserving discipline and they're doing all these things, right? That's good.
Yep.
Where it starts to break down is when old people are not making up a minority of the country, they're making up a majority of the country, right?
They still work, by the way. The old people there, they still work because they want to contribute. The problem is they live very long to the point where they can't work anymore. So, like, when I was there in Japan, I lived there for a while, a lot of the old people work. Like, we're talking senior citizens are working, right? And they're proud of it. They are happy to contribute. The problem is they get too old to work. Like, they physically cannot work. So they're not even sucking up resources on purpose the way that some old people are in other countries. You know, some people, they just want to retire, right? The Japanese don't want to retire. They're kind of forced to on account of their being too old, right? If you're 90 years old, you're not fucking working whether you want to or not. So that is the problem. They live too long. It's a kind of an interesting problem to have. It's a solid state society, if you will. And it's not a subject that it's not taboo, by the way. Like the whole concept of old people like kind of being, you know, draining too many resources, that is a pretty openly talked about issue in Japan. So it's not a taboo thing. They're not shaming old people. They can't figure out the problem. It's a very serious problem. They can't figure it out. They want to figure it out. The old people want to figure it out, and they don't know how to do it. Because I don't know if there's a solution to it. It's one of those problems that, you know, it's like a three-body problem. You can't solve it. It's unsolvable. It's a paradox. Which, I mean, credit to them for actually, you know, engaging in the problems. And I wish the rest of the world, you know, like obviously some parts of the world have solved these issues, but I wish the rest of the world had that mentality where they want to solve problems, even if it means, you know, making sacrifices.
All right, let's see. Let's have a look here.
All right, everybody, I'm going to sleep. I don't give a fuck how long these motherfuckers go. I'm going to sleep. We got enough Elon fucking meat for the night.
No. Rachel Maddow was coming back for 5 nights a week.